Good morning, everybody. The door is closed, so it's a sign for us to start a conference. It's so great to see so many smiling faces on Monday morning. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the first ever international conference of Paedagogium platform. Our topic today is obviously the development of pedagogical skills of academic staff, and it's great that you're interested in this very important topic. We intend to give you enough space to discuss, to share your experience. So after every presentation, we will offer you a possibility to ask a question or two to the speaker, so you can use it. All of you, not only you here in Vlastenecký sál who joined us in person, but also all of you who are watching us online, use the chat, ask the question, and we will ask it in your behalf. Well, it's no better way to start this conference than by inviting Professor Milena Králíčková, Rector of Charles University, on stage to come to join us and say us a few words of opening. Oh, you will use this one.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, it's my great pleasure and honor to welcome all of you here, even those of you online, who are interested in pedagogical skills and didactics at universities. I'm so happy that Charles University starts this new tradition of international meeting and international day dedicated to pedagogical skills, to the topic how better we can teach at universities, what are the new tools and innovations that we can use to teach better, to help our students in greater levels of success during their study. Where does Charles University stand in this topic today? Well, we have plenty of really great teachers at our faculties and plenty of very highly motivated people who are engaged in this topic, who are bringing the innovation to our faculties, and who are opening the doors of Charles University to international collaboration in this field. And I'm so happy and so proud to see some of the faces of my dear colleagues who are dedicated to this topic here today, and also on the list of the participants, some of them will be speaking today on their topics. I have already mentioned the international collaboration of Charles University in this field, and this is something that I really treasure, because one thing is that we are dedicated to this topic here at home, us. The other thing is that we are cooperating in Czech Republic with the colleagues that are interested and willing to cooperate. I'm so happy to welcome here Lucie Rohlíková from University of West Bohemia, who is one of the examples how Charles University really reached out in Czech Republic. But on the same level of importance, or maybe even more importantly, I'm so happy to see that Charles University opens new projects and new collaborations, not only in research as we all are used to, but also in the topic of pedagogical skills and didactics at universities. We are focused on this topic not only in our European University Alliance for EU+. I'm so happy to welcome Manuela Milani, who was the mother of 4EU+ in the beginning, because I remember meeting her at the meeting of League of European Research Universities dedicated to pedagogical skills, didactics, and innovation in education. And that was an amazing meeting where we met for the first time and where we also, if you remember, Manuela, set some ground stones for 4EU+. But not only for EU+, we have much more international partners as Charles University who work with us on this topic. Some of them in Europe, some of our strategic partners are also present here in Patriotic Hall of Charles University. I would like to welcome Donna Murray from University of Edinburgh, because again, our journey to University of Edinburgh and the subsequent cooperation is something that I'm sure will change the view on this topic at Charles University and will move the way we work with our students at Charles University, but not only here, as I said, further in Czech Republic. Some of our colleagues are even outside of Europe. We will actually start today with Sarah Laupen from University of Maryland, Baltimore County, who is working with Charles University for quite some time already. And I really hope that our cooperation will deepen in future years, and that this topic, how really to improve the way we educate, to educate more effectively, will, even in the international collaboration, cross the borders of Europe. I would like to thank all of you who are here, all of you who are watching us online. I truly hope that you will enjoy the day, and for me, it's already like a gift to start a day with so many people who are dedicated to the topic of better teaching, innovation in education, and simply increasing the quality of higher education, not only at Charles University and Czech Republic, but worldwide. I truly hope that we will see each other again, that this is not just the only one Paedagogium conference, but a start of new tradition. And for that, I would like to really thank all the team, led by David Hurný and Bartek Wroblewski and Lucie Válova, all our lifelong learning department, people who are so, how to say it, motivated to support us academicians and working with academicians, that it always brings me joy to work with them. So thanks for preparing today. Thanks for having such a great plan for today's lectures and meetings. And I truly hope that this will bring to Charles University, and not only Charles University, all the Czech universities and all of us, new insights, new ideas. And I truly hope you will enjoy the day, and we will see each other after this conference, not only when we meet for the conference next year, but many times during the year by our working hand to hand on the topic of innovations in education and increasing the quality of education. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you will enjoy the day. Thank you.
And we thank you so much for your words of encouragement. Now it's time to invite among us Dr. Sarah Laupen, the mentioned doctor, who is a principal lecturer in the Department of Biological Sciences at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, Maryland, USA. And she's also a certified trainer consultant in team-based learning. I believe that we will know much more about her in a few minutes, and I have a sign that she's already online. We should see her in a few seconds. Here she is. It's 3 o'clock in the morning in Maryland, so special thanks to her.
Good morning, everyone. Dobrý den. I'm looking forward to hearing what everyone has to say today. Thank you to the organizers of the conference for inviting me, and to the rector for the introduction. Sorry, just getting the tech coordinated here. Okay. So this morning I'm going to ask you to think about what quality teaching is and how we know. Next, I will just briefly talk about why improving teaching is important. I think if you were not already convinced of this, you would not be here today. And I'll spend most of my time giving you 3 examples, concrete examples of situations in which there's been a large-scale change to university teaching. And we will then look for commonalities among those and see what themes we can come up with. And I think it'll be interesting to compare the themes that perhaps are familiar from these examples or can be found among these examples with those that speakers later in the day will discuss, and see what themes are common to humans and what themes are specific to particular contexts. It's 2 particular caveats or limitations to my discussion today, my part of the discussion today. One is that all my examples will be from North America. Fortunately, we have others later this morning who will provide examples from Europe. And the other limitation is that the examples that I'll be giving are almost entirely examples from STEM teaching. I think that's partly because of the bias that I have myself as a STEM teacher, partly because many of the large-scale changes, because of the funding sources that are more available to STEM teachers, have been done with STEM teaching. And maybe it's because the STEM teachers are those that need to change the most. Maybe not our own fault entirely, but because of the larger class sizes that we often have to deal with. I'm going to have two questions for you today, and this is the first one. I'd like you to consider what is quality teaching. So I have 5 options here, and you might also have your own ideas. Consider these options, and then I'm going to just go for 2 minutes for you to talk to each other or use the chat box if you're watching virtually. There's a chat box on the YouTube stream.
I believe this is your time to talk about what quality teaching is. So we have 2 minutes to talk to each other. The one who is sitting next to you, ask him or her, what is quality teaching and what does it mean to you? Don't be shy, 2 minutes are gone fast.
And if you're not already, please speak with your neighbors about what you would consider to be quality teaching. So I know I didn't give you very much time, but I think you can talk to each other about this question for at least all of today, the rest of the conference today as well. I think one challenge to choosing among these options is that we don't all have the same goals for our courses or for our students. So it isn't necessarily the case that one of these is predominantly true. Some other ways to think about it, to think about this question, is I believe that I can see some quality teaching when I'm speaking with the teacher and they're clearly thinking more about what the students will be doing and thinking about and able to do than what the teacher themselves is doing. I see it when I think the teacher is thinking about what can we do together in this precious short time that we have together in person or sometimes online in an online synchronous class, doing that we couldn't do separately. And that's only part of the class, but I think that's one of the most important things to think about. And finally, I like this quote from my colleague Spencer Benson, or he says that quality teaching is leading students into a situation from which they can only escape by thinking. And that may not be our goal, but it's certainly my goal for my students. The trouble with the criteria like these on this slide is that they make it a challenge to recognize high quality teaching in the sense that there's no specific set of actions that we're looking for. So I think partly for that reason, and partly because among your choices on the previous slide, you might not be trying to do one of those things predominantly over the others, we tend to have pretty fuzzy thinking about how to evaluate teaching quality. So when we think about all the different ways that we can evaluate teaching, one of the reasons that everyone is so nervous about the evaluation of teaching quality, and I think other people will speak about this later today, is that we can't agree on how we know when we've seen quality teaching. I don't think we need to be that fuzzy about it. I think if we think about it this way, are your students achieving the outcomes that you want, the goals that you have? And they might be goals from the individual instructor, goals from the program, goals from the curriculum, but are your students achieving those? If we think about it this way, I think we achieve two things. One, we achieve clarity. We know what our goals are. We know whether we're achieving them or not. And second, we turn the situation to one where instead of me going into your classroom and judging you, instead I'm going to your classroom to help you determine how to help your students achieve their outcomes. So now that we're working together, that takes away part of the problem and challenge that instructors feel when others come to evaluate their teaching. And I think that can be a theme for how we can change our approach to changing teaching so that we're working together instead of against each other. There's no shortage of data to indicate that efforts to change teaching can produce dramatic changes in student performance. As I mentioned, I'm just going to spend a couple minutes on this because I think that people are already convinced. This is just one example of a pretty dramatic change when in a physics course this is a class in Western North America, in the Western United States, an early physics class for pre-medical students, where the students are given a concept-based test called the Force Concept Inventory. It'll come back later today, to basically test at the end of the semester how good they are at thinking like physicists. And in traditional lecture courses with experienced, highly rated professors, students don't do a tremendous amount better than random guessing at the end of the semester. So typically in introductory physics courses, students learn how to, as we say, plug and chug. They learn how to use their formulas, but they don't really learn how to think like physicists. When we switch over to principles of effective teaching in the blue bars, with these PD stands for postdocs here, so they trained postdocs to use principles of effective teaching, and the average rating on the Force Concept Inventory at the end of the class went up by more than 30%, well above the level of random guessing in this particular example. Many of you will be familiar with this, I would say, famous in our field meta-analysis of 225 different studies within STEM that looked at the effect of active learning in general, so one type of evidence-based teaching, or one set of principles or practices in evidence-based teaching. And the authors, in looking at these studies, determined that the effect size was so large in improving student performance with active learning that they basically encouraged everyone to switch to that, noting that if these particular studies had been conducted as randomized controlled trials of a drug, for example, the drug trial would have been stopped because it would have been considered unethical to continue to give any enrollees in the study the control or placebo treatment, that is, not to give them active learning. So we know that helping our departments change, helping our universities change is very important. But we know that there are a lot of barriers to change, and I think probably many of us are very frustrated because the incentives for an individual to change are really not present in many of our universities. Many of our faculty members might feel that to put a lot of effort into something that's not necessarily going to advance their career or make them more likely to achieve the next level in their profession is really not worth the time. So changing the incentives on the university level and the system level is something that's going to be very important. And another challenge that we have is that students don't always appreciate our change to evidence-based teaching. So just one, I think, particularly clever example, well-designed example was this study done, again, in a physics class, where they chose a particular set of topics and with a crossover design. So there were two sections of this course. In one of the sections, the statics lecture was taught using lecture and another active learning, and then the reverse for the next topic in the course. And when we look at how well students learned the statics information, we see that the test of learning on the left side here shows that the students did better when they used when the instructors used active learning techniques. But then if you ask the students if they enjoyed the lecture, if they learned a lot, if they thought the instructor was effective, or whether they'd like other physics courses to be taught in the same way, they preferred the passive. They even thought they learned more from the passive instruction. In other words, what feels like learning to students, perhaps to humans, is not what actually is producing the most learning. So I think this can be very depressing. And we need to acknowledge that there are these huge challenges and think about how we want to change. But we also know that studying how institutions, whether they're educational institutions or other institutions, can go through these broad cultural changes is an area of very active theoretical work, which I'll very briefly touch on, and empirical research. Well, I have now then, thinking about that change, my second question for you today: what do you think is the best way to convince instructors to change to more evidence-based ways of teaching? Again, consider these options or perhaps other options that you prefer, and then speak to each other about it. Again, we'll go for about 2 minutes. If you're not already, then speak to your neighbors about your ideas about how to convince instructors to change. And if you're watching online, you can use the chat box to indicate your ideas. Well, I'm sorry to interrupt your discussions. I hope you have many ideas, many wonderful ideas that you can spend the rest of today talking about as well, about ways to convince instructors to change. This is, as I said, really an area of active research and theory. And we can certainly use the theories that have been developed and explored as a basis for our empirical work as we try to convince instructors to change. And one really strong example of that will be my first example of large-scale institutional change for you today. And that work is based on a certain set of ideas that are called the cacao model of change. So change theory itself, of course, is a field. And in this particular model of change, the argument is that what type of strategy we use to convince others to change depends on where they are in their development as a person who understands and uses evidence-based teaching. So that if we are in an awareness or pre-awareness stage, then a brief advertisement about the changes that are possible is more appropriate, all the way to the point where once people are using more evidence-based techniques, then we're only providing support, for example, for challenges that arise in that stage. So I think this is an interesting way to think about it, that there isn't one way that we can approach people, that it depends where they are in their own development as a teacher. So the work that used this model explicitly as the framework for their change is some work that was done using a National Science Foundation grant at Boise State University, which is a university in the Western United States. And what they did was take their funding from NSF and use it for a whole variety of training and support techniques at the department level. So they went, this was just STEM again. My examples are those in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics today. So they went to every department in that division at this university, and they instituted these training programs and then support programs and so on. You'll see this acronym EBIPS, that's Evidence-Based Instructional Practices. That's one of the common acronyms used for, in a way, to be non-judgmental, that there are many different evidence-based instructional practices that are possible. And when they compared the beginning of the project to the end, we can see that, for example, if we look on the left side of the figure, the number of faculty members who were in the pre-awareness stage, that is, they did not even know there were evidence-based instructional practices, was almost half the faculty at the beginning of this work, and less than 5% at the end. Instructors that were already, if we look on the right side of each piece of this here, that were already using evidence-based practices and had gathered evidence for them, often publishing it in the teaching literature, and that went from about 6% of the instructors to almost 35% of the instructors by the end of the project. So there was really a wholesale shift in the use of evidence-based practices and the awareness about the evidence-based practices, but everyone probably shifted, right, just a couple of categories to the right. It was unusual to have someone over the course of this grant go completely from one end to the other. So they set out to deal with people where they were using that cacao model of change, and they did see a tremendous amount of change in that time period. If we look more specifically at these different departments, and they are not individually named, but these are the different STEM departments, and then the set of bars on the right is that for all STEM departments. And we see that one of the biggest changes, the ones that were above 50% in many departments here, was simply talking about teaching was something that occurred much more in their department. So when they asked faculty to describe how things had changed in their department, they did say, yes, people were using more evidence-based practices, and that they valued evidence-based practices more, and that they were thinking about outcomes and assessment more, but especially that they were having a substantial discussion about teaching, that teaching wasn't something that happened on the side, that it was becoming part of the main conversation. And I think that's really even more inspiring than to see faculty publishing about teaching, because wherever you go, at least in North America, you can always find faculty members who are publishing about teaching, but if it's just one or two people in a department, you don't always see these larger scale changes. So I think to be able to see this change is really inspiring. Now, if you have a lot of money, you can potentially make even bigger changes. And probably the largest institutional change effort that I'm aware of is the Carl Wieman Science Education Initiative. So Carl Wieman is a physicist who won the Nobel Prize in Physics in 2001 for producing the first true Bose-Einstein condensate, if anyone cares. And then he took that money and his time, and he stopped doing physics research and turned his attention entirely to changing the way that physics is taught. And so this initiative occurred at two universities, the University of British Columbia in Canada and the University of Colorado in the Western United States. And at both of these institutions, they had what they called science education specialists, which were basically like teaching postdocs that were integrated into the department level to help faculty transform their courses over time. Now, there's a lot of data that came out of this initiative, and I'm just going to show you a couple of pieces of it, but I really encourage you to read Carl's book, Improving How Universities Teach Science, for all the lessons that are in it, including the failures, right? So not everything was successful, and discussing what was successful and what was not is really very useful, very edifying from this particular book. All right, let me show you a couple pieces of data. So SEI, again, is Science Education Initiative. So if we look at the University of British Columbia, so the one of the two universities here, and then we look at the different departments. So EOAS is an earth science department, then physics, a biology department, a statistics department, a computer science department, and the math department, which always ends up having the lowest bars on these kinds of graphs, and I'm sure that was true with the Boise data as well. We see that for most of the departments, there was a huge percentage of the credit hours changed, and the reason they grouped it with credit hours is because there are so many more credit hours early in the education of students when there are many more students in these classes than later on. So the percent faculty changed is important, but since many faculty members teach only one small course, especially if they're very senior faculty, it's worthwhile also to look at the number of credit hours that were changed. So by changed, you might say, well, what do you mean changed? And I do refer you to Carl's book for more data here. But basically that there was a measurable increase in the use of evidence-based practices in these departments. It might just be the use of what we call clickers, right? These student response devices, which these days have tended to switch over to being having the students respond on their own phones or devices, but over the past 20 years have mostly been these independent remote control responses that students have. Again, very commonly in North America, people have had these clicker devices for a long time. but which also includes broader changes such as the use of whole pedagogies like team-based learning and problem-based learning in many of these classes. So lots of changes at the department level, and then if we sort of zoom in on this department that changed the most, the Earth Sciences department, and we compare the number of evidence-based practices. So the x-axis here, the ETP fractional score per course. Sorry for the technical language on this, but it sort of means what percent of what was happening during class was evidence-based. And so before that, before the Carl Wieman Science Education Initiative transformed the teaching, we see that there wasn't much, and then there was a wholesale change to greater use of effective teaching practices after that. Throughout both of these first two examples, at all three of these universities, there was always a focus on these courses that students take early in their education, which at North American universities, which is a little bit different than the European model, tend to be these very large, broad classes. So at my university, the introductory chemistry course, for example, has 900 students in it. And so there was a big effort in this, in these, both of these efforts at change, to really focus on early education and not just save quality teaching for these very small, specialized sort of boutique courses for students who are about to graduate and leave the university. So we see these huge changes, and in fact, they've continued. There's a lot of literature that's come out of this. Changing faculty doesn't matter if we haven't changed students, right? If we haven't changed the amount that students have learned. If you remember earlier, I referred to a particular kind of test called the Force Concept Inventory, which is a conceptual test given to physics students, or can be given to physics students. And looking at a physics department in the Carl Wieman Science Education Initiative, we can see that in lecture-based courses, the students score about a 45% on the Force Concept Inventory after a year of physics, whereas in courses that have been transformed, as the language of the Carl Wieman Initiative puts it, we see a score of 57 or so percent. This may not seem like a terrific improvement to score only 57% on a test of physics understanding after a year of physics, but when we compare to graduate students, so these are physics PhD students on the right, we can see that transforming teaching to using more evidence-based practices, and this is at the Colorado State University campus of the Carl Wieman transformation, that we've taken these, by using evidence-based practices, we've taken the students more than halfway to thinking like graduate students. And the graduate students, although you can't see this on the figure, are more than halfway to thinking like faculty members, to thinking like the teachers themselves on this test. So there really has been a big change. Again, this is just one piece of data from this initiative, but it's impressive and I think inspiring to see that we can see these relatively large-scale changes. Now, another thing that came out of this study, when we think about this question I asked you a few minutes ago, how can we convince people to change? What is the best way? And one of the things that they found across this, this is a 5-year program at these two universities, was that contrary to their expectation and to their predictions, data weren't that convincing. So as they said, it was more important to have the rewarding personal experience of a changed classroom than the data. So as they said, we thought science faculty members would be persuaded by data. but interacting with engaged students was more persuasive. And those of you in the room who've changed your teaching practice to involve more engaged students of your classroom probably really know what this is talking about. But I think we still perhaps tell ourselves that we were convinced by the data, right? That someone came and told us, or we read, or we looked at the literature, and we were convinced by the data. I think one of the lessons of modern life is really that humans aren't convinced by data. It's always these personal interactions and emotional experiences that are going to change people. And to me, this was almost one of the most important pieces of information, really, to come out of this study. In my own little specialized niche of evidence-based teaching, which is team-based learning, these are my students working, this photos of my students working in one of my classes. One of the things that happens in team-based learning is that as soon as the students come to class, before we've even discussed whatever the topic of the day is, they have to take a little sort of quiz where they scratch off like a lottery ticket on these little forms what they think about the topic, what they've learned from their reading and video watching ahead of time before we get deeper into it. And as the students are working on these, right, as I walk around the room, and the room is filled with students who are excitedly debating my favorite topic, right? So there's nothing's going to change you if that's not going to change you. And so I think this makes sense, ultimately, that even scientists who pride themselves on being convinced by data are probably more convinced by emotional experiences. Now, there's a famous quote by Max Planck that says, well, we know that data doesn't convince people. As he said, a new scientific truth doesn't change people by them saying, oh, yes, this is right. We just have to basically wait for them to die. Or as this is sometimes paraphrased, science proceeds one funeral at a time. But now we know we don't need people to be convinced by data, but we do need to convince them to observe or try something that's going to allow them to have that personal experience of change and convince them to do that. Now, we might say, well, good for them, you know, these people at Boise State and the Carl Wieman Initiative. I didn't win a Nobel Prize that I can devote all this money to. We don't have these huge funding agencies to devote huge amounts of money to change. But I think that we don't have to. I think really the change is inevitable because what we have to offer, these experiences of increased student engagement, of communication with our students, is something that's going to win, that's already winning. I know that technically I'm speaking to you from 6 hours in the past, but really I think I'm speaking to you from like 10 years in the future in terms of how things have changed here in North America with evidence-based teaching. So, you know, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, people were talking about evidence-based teaching, especially in STEM, but across the disciplines. At the time, many of us felt that we were just yelling into the darkness, but now the culture has really changed. I would say among the larger STEM courses at U.S. universities, it is rare to have one of these courses that is just taught by lecturing. Across North America, and of course in other parts of the world too, collaborative learning in particular, things like team-based learning, POGIL, other practices, are a standard educational approach. When you build a new science building, a new teaching building at a university in the United States, inevitably it has these active learning classrooms where students can work together. It's something that has become simply standard. And if that's not true for your university, I really can say that, you know, it's coming. And, you know, it's of course nothing that's, you know, better about our universities at all. It's just that because right, the North America, it's like a teenager, right? I mean, it might be impulsive and so on, but it's pretty easy to turn the ship around when our universities are so young. And when we think about the example universities that made these big changes, they're even in the Western United States and Western Canada, where the universities are younger, where there's a spirit of change that's sort of part of the culture. And my own university is only 55 years old. So I've been there for a third of the time that it's been teaching science, and to be able to create that change is, I think, a lot easier at these younger universities. Now, speaking of my own university, that brings us to our last example. Although this is just an example from a single class, it's really demonstrative of a movement for change in my university, and the change that's happened there over the past 20 years has been absolutely tremendous. And I think, again, that's true of a lot of different universities, maybe especially in the Western United States, but and now also on the East Coast as well, and in other parts of the United States. So this example is from a linear algebra course. I specifically wanted to pick a mathematics example to show that even mathematicians can change, even though they always have the low bars on all of these analyses of multiple STEM departments. So this is from my colleague, Kelman Naines, who taught his linear algebra course, which is a course taken by mathematics majors and engineers, using traditional, what he would call chalk talk, so working at the chalkboard, traditional lectures. He did that using 2 consecutive semesters, and then he switched to a pedagogical system, which I mentioned earlier, called team-based learning, in which students basically work together during class to solve problems. And then what the students did outside of class in terms of homework assignments was kept the same. The quizzes were kept the same, that is, these short checks on understanding in class. And the exam is actually not written by Cal, it's written by the department as a whole. So all of the linear algebra courses are tested by the same department-wide exam at the end of the semester. And when Cal compared his traditional lecture teaching to the switching to team-based learning, the change really was dramatic. So if we look just at the traditional bars first, the blue bars, we see that there's something like 12% or so of the students who did not even attend the exam at the end of the semester, because they knew that they would fail or felt that they would fail. Another 15% who did fail. Another 12% or so who basically failed. That is, if you achieve this score, the D level score on the final exam, you cannot continue. You don't get credit for that, having taken that course. And obviously some students also did fine. And then when he switched to TBL, team-based learning, he almost doubled the number of students who, remember, he didn't write the exam. This is just the same exam from the entire Department of Mathematics for linear algebra, and more than doubled the students, almost doubled the number of students that were able to achieve an A-level performance on that exam. There were no students who did not come to the final exam at all, and many, many fewer who achieved did not achieve a passing performance on that. Although Cal's experience is outstanding, it is not atypical from changes that have occurred at our university. And again, I would say, especially in these larger, lower level courses. So I mentioned earlier that our introductory to chemistry class, our first semester chemistry class taken by many students who are pre-medical students and also chemical engineering and other students, that course has 900 students in it. And it is actually taught, so they divide the students into 3 groups of 300 students. And during their time, their lecture time, only about a third of the time is spent in lecture and the rest in active learning. So this emphasis on changing early large classes is, I think, something that's really important. again, this is not, I haven't just chosen a couple of people. Like, this is something that's quite common. Our new science building, like many places, has these classrooms that you are only permitted to teach in if you are using some kind of active learning or evidence-based teaching. And these classrooms are the most sought after classrooms in the university. So people will actually change their teaching in order to be able to work in these classrooms, or change it more in order to be able to do that. And once you've done so, right, you have that emotional experience. On the top left picture here, you can see me talking to my students. This was a couple of weeks ago, talking about transport of oxygen in my physiology class, and being able to walk around the room and interact with these individual students, to have students working with each other to solve problems using the whiteboards and so on, is, again, I think, providing instructors with these personal experiences that will enable them to maintain these changes. Okay, so I think when we think about what do these examples have in common, so what can we think of as themes among ways that we can get instructors to change? I think other speakers later this morning will have a lot to say about this as well, and it'll be interesting to see if these are the same themes or different themes. But some things I noticed is, as I've mentioned, addressing these large classes. I think when this movement started in North America, there was this, people would change, their class with 5 people in it that, was this boutique specialized class. And so this movement to change these large early classes first has really been more universal now and important. I think focusing at the level of the department rather than trying to change people person by person or telling them from the top down, you have to change, tends to be more effective. Something that I really believe in is working with instructors to help their students achieve their goals rather than telling students, well, you need to use evidence-based teaching techniques because it's better. And the last thing, and the only one that I'm going to elaborate on a little bit here, is the creation of communities of practice. So what do I mean by that? I mean, we're deliberately creating communities of people who are talking about teaching. And there are 2 that have been really important at my own university, one of which is the use of teaching circles. So a teaching circle is just like a journal club, meaning that people get together, usually within a department, but at a smaller university, it might be across the whole faculty, simply to talk about the literature. So to talk about the research literature. In this case, of course, people are talking about the research literature on teaching. Now, this sounds like it's a discussion of evidence, which we know doesn't convince people, but it's actually the creation of a community. If you establish these, I recommend serving coffee or lunch, creating that community feeling. And it also does provide evidence that I think many of us at least want to use as the excuse for why we are changing our teaching, even if it's really the experience we're having in the classroom. That's the major reason. So teaching circles have been super important at both universities that I've worked at for a long time. But something that's been even more transformative, I think, over time is the use of faculty learning communities. So the difference here is that we have teachers from from across the university, so not the same department, and then they come together not for these one-off discussions of teaching literature, but for a year-long exploration of some particular topic. So it could be designing better assessments or flipped classrooms or the use of AI in teaching or whatever it is that people are interested in. And then you bring people together from across the university who are interested in that to learn together. So this isn't a class, they're all there sort of on equal footing to learn together about this topic. And I think what is universal in these communities is learning that the challenges that we have with teaching and with students and with learning are universal and that the solutions can also be shared across these different communities. So, you know, we know that change is possible. It's happening even in a sort of lecture hall like this, even in large classes, we can create this change. Really what it is a cultural change, right? We know cultural change is difficult, but it's also possible. Certainly we've seen in the Czech Republic, in the United States, and other places, that some cultural changes proceed very quickly. In fact, I'm just going to end with an example, some inspiration from an extreme case where change really seemed impossible. It always seems impossible, as Nelson Mandela said, until it's done. So let's go do it. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much to Maryland, to Dr. Sarah Lupin. Thank you so much, and good night to Maryland. We as the organizers took 2 important points from the presentation, which is talking about teaching is important and offer a coffee so that you make this community feeling. And it's exactly what we will do right now. We have in our schedule a 30 minutes break for you to talk about teaching and to enjoy a nice cup of coffee. And we will see each other in 30 minutes right here. And we will continue with examples from abroad with our special international guests. See you in 30 minutes. Everybody refreshed? Not only you here in Vlastenecký sál, but also you online are refreshed, are ready for our second part and 3 more speeches. Now we will talk, as I said before, about examples of good practices from abroad. And as the first one, I would like to welcome here on stage Professor Tomáš Weiss, who is a full professor of area studies at the Institute of International Studies, Faculty of Social Sciences, Charles University, and also a senior researcher at the Prague Peace Research Center. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Perfect. Great. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to the organizational team. I'm going to talk about a project that we recently concluded, basically this year, together with a consortium of a couple of European universities, which was called eNote, European Network on Teaching Excellence. I was part of the team on behalf of Charles University, and what I want to talk about is to introduce slightly what the project was about, where you can find the results, because all the results should be online by now and available, and what I learned during the project and during my participation in it, and what I've learned could be of some broader relevance in relation to our debate today. Now, eNote, or European Network on Teaching Excellence, was a project which was funded from the European Union's Erasmus Plus strategic partnership. And you can see the EU-wide consortium and the members of the consortium on the slide. We worked together from 2020 to 2023. As you can imagine, this was not the best timing for a strategic partnership, but we did manage to meet a couple of times in person. So that was kind of okay, even though the first year was really tough. I think defining project objectives and understanding what you want to do when you are unable to meet, when you are actually almost unable to meet even within the partial teams at the individual universities. That didn't really help, but I think we managed also to take something out of the constraints that we had to face. I will get to that in a moment. The objectives of the project were, obviously because it was EU funded, so there were slightly more EU context defined. So you can see there the overall project. So generally what we wanted to do was starting a debate on teaching excellence as a concept and as practice. and also to stimulate some collaboration. That's the whole system is strategic partnership, some collaboration towards a truly European teaching qualification and reward scheme. Where we started with was, in a way, the realization that there are different systems in Europe, and even though we talk about the European higher education area and we talk within the EU context about free movement of labor and free movement of workforce, including academics, there are some in-kind obstacles, and one of them is the non-recognition or the lack of recognition of pedagogical training across the European Union. And the idea of the project generally was to map that, to discuss it, and to develop some sort of blueprint for how an EU-wide recognition of pedagogical competence could look like. Now, what we did, and what hasn't been really talked about here yet, but I think isn't really talked about much generally, and I think should be talked about much more, is that we didn't only cover the bachelor and MA teaching, but we also focused on PhD supervision, which is also part of pedagogical competence, which is mostly neglected across Europe, but shouldn't. The results of the projects, and all of them are available on the website, which you can see in the bottom right corner, www.teachingexcellence.eu. You can see the intellectual outputs. The comprehensive mapping is really comprehensive. It is some 250 pages. I don't expect no one to read that. But generally what we did was mapping some sort of how teaching excellence is defined across Europe and beyond, and how it is translated into practice. We also developed some template for a common curriculum, not really a set curriculum, but if someone wants to develop teaching courses and also PhD supervision courses, we suggested a couple of, I think 34 altogether, model syllabi, not really ready to use, but at least ready to start to work with, including some literature, learning objectives, and highlighting topics that could be covered in such courses. We also developed a self-evaluation tool, so you can actually go online and self-evaluate yourself and your teaching practice. For me, the most important output of this whole exercise were the 4 5-day training sessions. So originally in the project, we thought we would bring together in one place in Europe about 20 people for 5 days to discuss teaching excellence at various levels. COVID prohibited that, but I think it turned for the better because we had to switch everything online, and we could open up these training sessions to many, many more people. So we had generally at each of the sessions around 100 people. We had to decline applications. And we had really very interesting debates among the participants who came from all over the EU and beyond about their practice at their institution, their concerns, their ideas about what teaching means. We did 2 on BA and MA teaching excellence, and we did 2 week debates on PhD supervision. Now, what are some takeaways from that? Well, the European higher education area is highly heterogeneous, and I think this is, you don't really need a project to realize that, but we have the evidence of that. Let's put it that way, and that concerns both the definition of what teaching excellence means. In some countries, actually, there's nobody uses the term teaching excellence. In the keynote in the morning, we also didn't hear teaching excellence, we heard quality teaching. And one of the big debates that we had in the project was to what extent we want to talk about teaching excellence and to what extent we want to talk about good enough teaching. And this is something that we haven't really solved by the end of the project. I think some people really wanted to strive for teaching excellence. Some people would be very happy to at least assure good enough teaching through the courses. But this is something that we can debate maybe later on. There is a lot of heterogeneity in national and university regulation. In some countries, it is a national regulation. In others, it is a university-level regulation, either in the individual universities or in a consortia of universities. And somewhere there's nothing at all. And there are many countries in Europe where there is generally nothing at all, even though there is probably some lip service paid to quality of teaching and teaching excellence and pedagogical competences in the law or in the regulations, but nobody really follows up on that. There is, however, a lot of existing training in place across Europe. And there are also, because that was something that we also wanted to map, a lot of reward schemes that somehow establish rewards for excellent teachers at individual universities or even within individual national constituencies. At the same time, what we realized was that there was a really high demand for more training among academics. And that went across the board, even from the countries where there was official training, and obviously also from the countries where there was no official training available. Most attention of the training that exists is paid to the BA and MA teaching, but there are some very good practices across Europe, especially in Scandinavia, in Denmark and Sweden, or at the University of Graz, where there is a lot of attention also paid to PhD supervision, and there are schemes and trainings developed to improve PhD supervision as well. Now, this is not really what the project came up with, but what I sort of took away from being in the project. I believe that we need to have some formalized teachers training. With committed staff and resources. It is impossible to expect the teachers to get trained without getting the support. And the support is not just enough to have people who talk about teaching. You need to have people who actually do professionally teaching support and pedagogy training. It doesn't have to be too many, but there has to be someone so that people actually can go have a place to go and ask. Now, the second, and I think some of these things will very much echo what was said during the keynote speech in the morning. The change, we have realized, only happens gradually. I mean, I wouldn't go as far as saying it goes one funeral at a time, but generally, I believe it is really necessary to start with the junior faculty, with the newly hired. Because you are unable, and we have seen examples in countries that have established compulsory training in the Netherlands or in Denmark through various channels. In the Netherlands, it is more the bottom-up activity of the universities, whereas in Denmark, it is really prescribed by the national law. In both cases, we have seen that there is a lot of, let's say, the more senior faculty is not very happy about being taught how to teach. So it is much easier and it works much better to start with the junior faculty, and in a way, and Sarah Leupens talked about the community of practice, to develop the common language which can then jumpstart the involvement, because even the senior faculty will learn that their results in teaching are worse than of the young ones, although that shouldn't be the case, right? Because they are the senior people, and they will realize that they may be lacking something, and they will be simply not part of the debates, because the debates will start with a common language among the people who will start discussing and will be not afraid of discussing teaching among each other. So in a way, at the same time, I believe there is some top-down pressure necessary, but especially for the more senior faculty, there needs to be a clear added value. So just introducing something because you think top-down that this should be taught doesn't really motivate people in taking part. Doesn't motivate people to, even if they do take part because they have to learn anything. But if you provide to them, especially through the committed staff, answers to questions that they may have, they might be more willing to actually engage in the debate. And I want to highlight that again. I really believe that there needs to be some debate about formal courses on PhD supervision. We haven't started discussing that at Charles University. I really think we should, because I think the practice of PhD supervision varies, and it doesn't only vary across faculties and institutes and departments, it also varies across individual supervision and supervisors. And I think it is highly unfair to the PhD students and to the PhD candidates who decide to spend a lot of time doing the research and being in academia to end up with someone who has no clue on how to supervise. And this is something we don't really talk about much, but really should be talked about much more. Okay, I think I will stop here. Thank you very much, and if you have any questions, I will be very happy to try to answer them.
Thank you so much, Professor. Do you have any questions at the beginning? If not, I have a few questions from chat, so you can prepare your question. But first, may I ask you a personal question? We've learned from our keynote speaker that it's more like personal experience and excitement that change our mind, more than the data. What made you think about different style of teaching? Is there any experience that have changed your mind?
Well, for me, it was obviously because I got invited into the project, so that was very helpful in pushing me to start thinking about that. I think, and I just told that to someone during the coffee break, I'm very unhappy with the way I teach.
This is a good point to start.
Well, that is a good point to start, but it is not sufficient point to start, right? If you don't have the time to work on your teaching, which we probably none of us have, then you are there on your own without support, then you are simply unable to do that unless you are really, really committed. So I really look forward to having some sort of committed teaching and learning center with a couple of professionals who will actually help me, who will save the time. Because I don't have the time, so I really need someone to go with me through my syllabi and tell me, okay, this doesn't make sense, why are you doing that? How do you connect your exams to your learning objectives? And all the stuff which is, I think, basic, but nobody has ever trained that to me. Now I know that there is something like that because I've been, for 3 years, I've been in a debate about that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm independently and alone also able to actually do that in my own teaching.
Have you tried anything you learned from the project in your classes, and what was the result?
Well, yes, but you don't really have much structured feedback apart from the student evaluation, which everybody knows is crap, and doesn't really give you the results you actually need in terms of real feedback to your teaching. Well, maybe not crap. Sometimes it's helpful, but most of it is not really useful. I have no idea if it helps. Sometimes some students come to me and say, okay, this was fun, I learned something. But if there are more of them now than there would have been if I hadn't made the changes, who knows? I don't have a counterfactual to test that.
Maybe it's a great question also for the debate, how to make the evaluation more valid to you as a teacher, how to learn to teach students how to evaluate the teachers, not only the teachers how to evaluate the students.
Well, yes. I really hope we will, have the professionals to help us with that.
Okay, as I don't see any questions from our audience, I have 2 questions from chat. I see that you focus on definition of teaching excellence a lot in the project. I understand excellence is reaching a certain final point when there is no space of further development. Should we not focus more on lifelong learning than trying to define excellent teachers? And can you only really reach excellency in all aspects of teaching?
Yes, I agree. That sort of follows the debate we have had in the project. And I personally was sort of unhappy with the concept generally, because for me, good enough teaching is good enough.
So you're the team good enough teaching is...
I am definitely team good enough teaching. At the same time, I do believe that the debate about teaching excellence and what constitutes excellence, because there are various aspects to it, and many people are excellent in different ways when it comes to teaching. I think it makes sense as much as it sort of defines ways forward and good practices that other people can learn from.
No questions from our audience? Okay, another one from chat. Can you see any way on how university leadership should communicate the relevance of the enhancement of pedagogical skills to the academic community so that we can actually have a bottom-up approach in the Czech Republic? At the moment, only a few people are really motivated.
Well, I think I sort of talked about that.
You did.
I think you need to have time and you need to have the support. I think all of us want to be good teachers. I mean, I don't really know anyone who would come and say, I don't care about how I teach and what I teach and if students learn anything. The question is more practical. Do we have time and the support to actually, and the knowledge to develop teaching which is good, or are we simply stuck with what we did by a rule of thumb? We just tried something and then we didn't really have time to reform, so we stayed with that for years and years without end. So yeah, I think what the leadership needs to do is to develop the idea that there needs to be a debate about teaching. And frankly, I think it may have started at this university, but when you talk about the academic promotions to associate professor and full professor, I mean, nobody ever discusses teaching. When I did include my teaching in my lecture to the big scientific board at the university level, afterwards there was a huge debate about whether I should have talked about teaching at all, or why the others didn't talk about teaching, and should they have talked about teaching more. So even the university bodies don't really know what the position of teaching is in academic promotion. So that is something that needs to go top down. But at the same time, the debate obviously needs to be bottom up, because you just need to develop the group of people that talk about teaching all the time. So I think there are these two directions that you just can't go one or the other. You have to go both ways.
You've already mentioned it, but there is another question that maybe we can talk a little bit more about it. Do you have experience with peer feedback regarding your teaching skills? And you mentioned that there was more like an opposition. Do you feel that there should be more discussions and more peer feedback?
Well, yes, there should. At my department, we have discussed that for 5 years, and we haven't even started yet, because nobody has got the time. And frankly, we don't really have the skills to actually provide the feedback either. Okay, I can tell my peer, my colleague, what I think about their teaching, but without having the theoretical knowledge about what to expect, what to evaluate, it will be just probably not a loss of time altogether, but definitely time may be better spent if we have someone for the peer, for the visitation, for the peer evaluation, who actually knows what to check and who understands what they are looking at and who understands what they are looking for in the teaching. So yeah, we haven't really started that, even though we have talked about that for a long time.
Has anybody ever asked you what you think about their way of teaching?
Nope, never ever. Although I have taught quite a few courses with colleagues, so that there are 2 of us in the classroom. So you learn a lot by teaching with other colleagues. You also learn a lot of what you shouldn't do, which is nice. But again, it is not structural feedback. It is not a learning experience that would be structured and really helped you develop your teaching skills in that particular sense. I think, again, this needs to be more structured and has to have something behind just so that it is more than just a chat between two people.
Any notes you want to share?
Donna Murray from Edinburgh. I think one way in which senior management could help is by understanding. Oh, sorry, I'm so small you can't see me. Is by understanding that actually it is cheaper to train people and to support them, whereas if every single lecturer is having to work out for themselves, it just takes forever and a lot of time and money that could be spent doing something better. So maybe that's something to consider.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, there are different economic models which sort of contribute to that. I mean, you are from the UK system, Scottish system. We have heard the keynote speech from the US system, and these are, you know, sort of, you get your income from the number of students, and if you are a good university, you get better and more students. Frankly, our economic system doesn't really motivate us to get better students or whatever. We are the old university. We don't care. We will always have students. Nobody cares how we teach. The state doesn't care how we teach. Maybe we'll find out in the afternoon that actually it will start. I don't know. Hopefully, but there is no economic motivation for the faculties or for the university to invest in that, because there's little competition in that sense. Well, we have seen that. I think we have a more declining number of students because they just go abroad, where they get better education, because they get, you know, education from teachers who are better trained. But if you are an old university, you don't need to change. You are the old university, and that's what you built your reputation on.
I once was a student, and we do care how you teach.
Well, it doesn't really translate into any sort of push towards the management.
I see. One last question, unless there is a question from our audience, is you've mentioned many obstacles like time and support and basically also the rules and all other kinds of stuff. Where would you start if you had the power? Where would you start if you would want the academic staff to be better teachers?
Well, I think it was on one of the slides. It doesn't happen overnight. I think you need to start with the teaching and learning centers that are available and that provide good services. And then I think it is a good plan, and I know that Charles University is going to, or has already decided to introduce that, some sort of basic training for the incoming faculty. Because again, it makes sense because it creates this community of shared language and provides room for debate. Will it change over 10 years? No. Will it change over the period of 20 years? Hopefully. Well, again, one funeral at a time.
This was last words of Professor Tomáš Weiss. Thank you so much for joining us today. Now we will switch to another great speaker that you've already seen in the first line, Dr. Manuela Milani, an education manager at the Humanitas University in Milan, Italy. And she has been active in teacher training in universities for more than 20 years, so maybe in another 20 we will see the change we are talking about.
Hi everybody, thanks for the invitation. Thanks, it's an honor and a pleasure to be here. I think that my talk will be exactly related to one of the questions that Thomas received that is good for me because it means that there's an interest on the topic. And as you can easily understand also from my surname, I'm coming from Milano, so as I'm a self-explained, so I'm also presenting myself from the surname. And as Sarah did at the very beginning, I'm also telling you that I'm providing examples from Italy. That could be interesting, also referring to what Thomas was saying before. We are receiving examples from the United States, Northern America, let's say. It's not only United States, also Canada. And then we're going to receive examples from Scotland. We have seen examples from the countries who took part to the eNote project. Now I will try also to provide examples maybe to a similar country, like Italy is, referring to the norms and the context. Because we have to recognize that there are big, huge differences in terms of traditions and cultures on teaching and learning. So I will talk about reflective practice as a key competence. Why it's important to be a reflective teacher, and what does it mean? And how could you improve that competence? Why I put that word, so key competence. So that I hope I will be able to answer this question. So what does it mean to be a reflective practice? At the very beginning of this slide, you can see a citation from John Dewey. We do not learn from experience, we learn from reflecting on experience. Okay, so when you think about our student, it's okay. Yes, I know that my students have to learn from reflecting on what his or her she is learning. Now, let's try to change and to put away learn and substitute it with learn to teach. Is it still working? So we do not learn to teach from experience. We learn to teach from reflective on experience, on how we teach. Is it still working? Sincerely speaking, we are not used to. We are still, for the most time, we are still learning from teaching, not from reflecting on how we are teaching. So what does it mean to be a reflective teacher? To reflect of evidences. We have heard about evidence-based teaching a lot this morning, but it's true, it is so relevant. So here you have a citation from Brookfield. He spoke about 4 sources of information about how to develop reflective practice. The first one is the most common one, student size. Also Thomas spoke about what does it mean to reflect on students' evaluation. It is the most common, but is it the most relevant, the most informative? Sometimes yes, but under which condition? Then there are colleagues' perceptions. That means also peer reviews, and we will talk about it. Personal experience, I reflect on my own experience, and let's have a look on theory and research. So, how can we do it? Because finally, let's go into practice. There are different tools at our disposal. Also, Sarah, in her presentation, spoke about some of these tools. She put different labels, but the meaning is more or less the same. So here you can see tools grouped at 2 different levels, the ones at an individual level and the other ones at a group level. And here you can see the teaching observation divided into 3 different models. We will go deeper into this in the coming slides. Teaching and learning, teaching diaries and journals. I put in the middle teaching inventories because it depends on how are you going to work with teaching inventories. You can work with this at an individual level, but also at a higher level of involvement of different persons. And you can also use reflective groups and peer mentoring. I put peer mentoring at the group level because normally speaking, in the most the examples in my country also, for example, peer mentoring involves a group of teachers, not only I'm coming to your lesson to see you and you're coming to my lesson and provide the feedback to me. No, in peer mentoring, it's a group of teachers who are going to visit their colleague, provide feedbacks, and one after the other to repeat the tool, let's say. So let's go deep into teaching observation. Here you can find a definition, one of the most common one. There are plenty of definitions about what a teaching observation is. Here I would like to highlight with you some part of this definition. The first one, it is a collaborative process. Why? This is maybe the most important part of this definition. It's a collaborative process because I'm learning from your feedback as a teacher who is observed, but the ones who are observing me are also learning because they are learning through the experience of observing another teacher, and they are learning also on their own practices. The main purpose behind the class observation is to allow a teacher to get feedback. What to get feedback, and not an evaluation. To get feedback that is different. For example, first you have told to Thomas, students should be able to evaluate teachers. Students should be able to provide relevant feedback. That is different. Why the feedback is so important? Because as a teacher, I'm used to look at myself, and the focus of my attention is on something that I already know. So I'm aware that I'm too fast, for example, or I'm aware that I've used these kind of examples. And I think that these are my weaknesses because I'm already focusing my attention on that one. But maybe they are not so relevant. And someone else who is in front of me, or not in front, maybe over there, that is better to stay under all the students in the last line, could tell me, but it's not so relevant. So, but I've seen something else. So acting as a mirror for the ones who is sitting here. Here there are three different, in the slide that I showed you before, under the label teaching observation, I've put these three modules, that is self-observation, observation by an expert, and peer observation. That is something that refers to the question before from the chat. So, of course, there are pros and cons. I will not go deeper in all of them because there's no time for this, but I will emphasize some of the main, the more important issues I can see. So, as Thomas said, to provide the feedback, it's not easy. I would say provide the relevant feedback is the most difficult job of the observer. So the category in the middle, so teaching observation provided by an expert could be, for example, a very well tool to start teaching observation. So these are three different columns, but it doesn't mean that you have to adopt one column and stay there for the rest of your life. You can mix appropriately. So in the first one, I'm observing myself thanks to, for example, recordings or using grids of observation. In the second one, the observer is an expert. In the last one, the observer is a peer. So is someone, of course, if I have to use the central column, it means that I have, there are boundaries in terms, it's dependent on the expert time, availability, resources. But it is absolutely, let's say, an option to use this model to start this practice. Peer observation, it's really working under some context, under some circumstances. Of course, it could reach a higher number of participants than the central column, but I have to train the observers to provide feedback because it's so easy to go there and tell to my colleague, oh, you did it in this, but I would have done it better. Because understand how to provide feedback and on what is so important. And I will go back on what, because sometimes I don't say something that is important because I know that for the persons in front of me, it's too much. And it doesn't make sense. So I would choose which kind of feedback to provide and start from that. You don't have to put your level so high, because if it's too high, you will never do it. Why? Why introducing teaching observation and, in general, these kind of tools? Here, there's a definition, quite recent. You can see the citation at the bottom of the slide. And there are 3 different models. This is one of the articulation of the concept. There are other ones. In the first one, let's refer to the evaluation model, where teaching observation are relevant for quality assurance and assessment. In the second one, the developmental model, teaching observation will have a focus not on the evaluation, but on development of teaching practices. And finally, the peer review model that could have also developed, could be in a certain way connected with the second model. But in that case, the emphasis is on the fact that our colleagues who are looking at me and at my own teaching practice. I will spend some words on this. Peer observation could work with colleagues coming from my own area in terms of a disciplinary area, or from a completely different area. And this changed a lot, the kind of feedback, because I am of the same disciplinary area, but the focus of my attention will go strictly on the content. It is something that will happen for sure. If I'm a teacher from the Department of Social Science and I'm going to see a mathematician teacher, I will focus my attention on the student experience, not on the content. And the feedback will be relevant, but will be different for sure. So, reasons why. Well, you can reach different kind of objectives, yes, or goals, as an individual, as an institution. Why? Maybe become a reflective teacher will allow you to develop different kind of competence. So I'm not developing, let's say, the way you provide feedback, or the way you are gonna define learning objectives, or how the learning objectives are connected to your teaching practices and your assessment. But if I start reflecting on what I'm doing and asking myself why I'm doing, and remembering the words of my colleagues, of the expert who came to my lesson to visit me and provide feedback, the process will go on and on and on. It means something also for the institution, of course. But maybe what I would like to emphasize is that it can facilitate the acceptance of any other strategy to improve teaching competences. And I will go back to the last point that you can see on the right, that is really useful for the institution, because, of course, building a contextualized faculty development offer means something. So if I have to start designing my faculty development offer and from scratch, and I will, what I will do, the examples coming from the countries that have already in place this kind of offer. Okay, this is a good idea, because we have always to learn from good practices. But to be relevant for my teacher, the collection of evidences that are coming from the observation that I'm doing could provide me very significant information of where do I have to work with my teachers, independently from what the others are doing. So I can work at a micro level with the the single person, I can work on the level, as also Sarah said, so you have to work also at the level of the department or of the faculty, and you can work also at the level of the institution. I would like to emphasize one point, that is trust. Everything that happens in the teaching observation have to stay in the teaching observation. It is a sort of citation of Fight Club, but it is more or less what it should be. So it's what the information that I'm providing to the teachers stays between the two of us. And if there's no trust, there's no teaching observation working, for sure. And to work and to develop trust, I have to work on provide feedback of what is relevant for the teacher. So before the lesson observed, the observer and the teacher observed should work on defining what to observe. That could be different from me to Thomas, to Sarah. It doesn't have to be the same. It has to be significant for the person who decided to be observed. Then, of course, you can, as I just told you, you can work on the recurrences. So, if you see, I provided for you an example from my own university. What I realized after 2 years is that we are all using group work, but we are not designing it, so it's not working. So, and this is thanks to the teaching observation, but I'm not telling that teacher is not working well, the other not. But what I see is that it's not working in a lot of lessons. So, I'm designing courses to facilitate the improvement of that practices. That it means to design and to evaluate, to provide the feedback in group work. So the collection of what I'm seeing, not of the single teacher, but among all the teachers, could be really relevant. And and it provides me evidences of teaching practices, not evidences in the means that evidence of based, but evidence of what is really happening into the class after that the door is closed. And then you can shift to and define an intentional approach to what I'm doing as a teacher. Not because it's always in this way, but because I want to do it in that way. So, some suggestions and recommendations. Institutions that use observation only for evaluation may create great discomfort among the teachers. And even if this is not so clear, so I will tell you something about 2 universities in Italy. One close to the other, they are in the same region. The first one started with a peer mentoring project, and the other one copied the idea because it worked so well. But what it changed from the first to the second example? That in the first example, and this is also the way I work with this, the teacher defines when I want the observer to come. And it means that that lesson should be relevant for me, not for the one who is observing me. The other ones decided to, let's say, provide a sort of surprise. So because it should be normal, okay? So after 3 years, the first one is still working, the second one is closed because no one would like to take part, okay? So it's important to involve the faculty because if it's a top-down approach, it's not working for sure. And as we already mentioned, be trained as an observer is key to be significant. Because it could be also dangerous, not only that you are not providing good feedback, it is to provide bad feedback. So, first of all, when you would like to start this kind of experience, answer yourself why as an institution. Because if you answer to that question, you are able to communicate properly why teachers should be part of that project. And then try also to provide path to develop that kind of competence. So it's not just start, and then you come to visit, you provide me feedback, and that's it. So for example, then the second step could be in the coming year a self-observation, but this is just an example, or integration with teaching portfolio like cited in the slide. And this is something that we have already mentioned in the first presentation of this morning. Recognize the effort of the ones who are willing to be part of this. If you are not providing a reward and the effort and the time, as Thomas said, the time that people are spending on this is really significant. And last but not least, how we are going to use the data collected. So, sorry I was 1 minute later. Thanks a lot for your attention, and if you have any question,
thank you so much, Dr. Manuela. You now have the unique opportunity to ask Dr. Manuela in person, so if you have any questions, you just raise your hand and I will provide you with a mic. Unless there are no questions, I will ask you one from chat. We introduced teaching observation by experts, asked one person from our audience. We had funding for that, but only few people are interested in using this support. How can one motivate their colleagues and convince them that it is relevant?
The point is exactly in the first row of this slide. When you have to start, you have to understand why and to communicate it clearly. So we are providing this effort. Just few of them are working. It's okay, let's start with those few. It doesn't matter. I have an example with the Polytechnic of Milano. I started the project with them. It was just managed within one department. They started with few, and a year after it was the double. And because there's a sort of contagious, let's say. So if I'm a teacher and I'm telling to one colleague, okay, it's not that bad. It's working for me, so let's try. And this is significant. So it doesn't matter if you are starting with few, but let's start. Because if you provide, like also the previous presenter said, rooms for conversation about teaching, and if they see that it's working, that it solves part of my problems. So it should be significant. So I'm providing you a feedback of what is relevant for you, not on what is relevant from my point of view. So it is significant for you, and you are going to tell to your friend drinking a coffee in front of the coffee machine, try, because it's working. So I would start, of course, when you're starting, you have to really be significant. That means provide feedback on what is relevant for the ones who are willing to be observed.
Thank you. You mentioned trust and
yes.
how it is important to the feedback, because it can create a lot of discomfort, even
yes.
at the beginning or even later. How do you create that? And I know it's just by not telling anybody what we discussed, but do you have any recommendations for the organizations how to help those experts to prove they can be trusted?
The first one maybe is who is working as an observer. So I should trust the person before in terms of competences, or because I know that person. In some cases, there are some examples of universities that are adopting choose the observer option. That means I choose the ones I would like to come and visit me. That could be also an option. But I think that you can build the trust during the conversation that you have after. Of course, it's working for the others, but not for the ones who are starting. But I think this is really key, because if you are providing evidences that you are not sharing those information with someone else. So, okay, you can go, because I've seen basically on my experience that it's working, it's staying within our space of dialogue. So you can work the two approach. Of course, also the choose the observer is an option.
One way that teaching observations are sometimes structured here in the US is to have them by reciprocal. You observe my classes and I observe yours.
Yes.
We both receive some training and discuss what we want the other one to focus on in our classroom. This removes some of the power differential. What do you think of this approach?
Could you please read it again?
Sure,
because
sure.
I'm not sure that I got it completely.
The model that there's mentioned in the US is that you observe my class
and I come to you.
I come to
yes.
you. Is it a good example? Is it a good attitude to give feedback to a person that is giving feedback back to me?
It could be, because we are in the same situation. So I wouldn't use that approach as a very at the starting level, but it's working. As I told you, some universities in Italy are working with this approach. Some others are working with a group of teachers. So, for example, there's 3 teachers, and each of them is going to experience all the roles, observer and observed, but they are helped by a facilitator that could try, let's say, to balance, because there are dimensions of power sometimes that have to be taken into account. For example, if you are a senior teacher, if you are a young teacher, if you are belonging to the same department or not, you have to be aware that you are able to manage that dimension. And these are experiences that are working in universities that have a long tradition with these kind of tools.
Any questions? You've mentioned the importance of giving feedback correctly.
Yes.
And can we start from giving feedback for myself when I'm teaching? How would you recommend to start? What is the best way to give feedback to myself? Because this is the easiest option. I don't have to wait for somebody to come to see me, but I may try to reflect on my own teaching skills.
Yes, this is one option.
What would you recommend? How would I start? I would love everybody here in this hall to come home and start to think about, wow, I should really think about how I'm teaching and what should I learn from this.
So this is an option because, of course, you don't have any kind of boundaries in terms of resources needed. Normally, I suggest to use a self-teaching observation as a second step after being observed, because I learn a lot from being observed. But these, you can also start from them. I would suggest to develop a process. So act like you are at the same time the observer and the observed. So prepare your grid of observation before. And just preparing the grid, you are thinking already of what is relevant for you and what I would like to observe. So what I would like to observe this. But, as I told you before, so I would suggest you use the same tool, formally speaking. You can work with a recording or without a recording, of course. It makes a lot of difference. Look at the time. So let's try to think, so how much time I'm spending? I'm spending 1/3 of my lesson interacting with students, and finally looking at the recording, you realize that is 5% of the time, or sometimes it means which kind of question I am using. So is it clear? Okay, so let's move to, this is a question. And if I see that I'm using that each 10 minutes, I realize that maybe I have to work on the question, but it's not so easy to observe because you are already, why I told you it's important, the mirror effect. I'm already aware of some of my weaknesses, of my strengths, and I have my own perception. If I'm starting from self-teaching observation, I'm reinforcing that point of view. And what it could happen, and so it's a process, it's difficult then to move from that. The great added value of being observed from another person is that they are looking differently.
You also mentioned recording myself while teaching.
Yes.
Is it a good way to start, maybe?
It depends.
Is it too difficult? Because I know from my own experience, it's very unpleasant to watch yourself.
Yes, that's why I told you that this is an option. It can help when you are evaluating the time or the way you use questions, but I would recommend not this model as the model to start observing and develop reflective practices. Because let's think that we are thinking about develop reflecting teaching practices, not judge myself. That is different.
I see. There's a question from our audience. We have time for one last question. And there's a mic coming to you.
Hello, my name is Jana Robcová. I have a question about those experts, the pool of experts. How to start the pool of experts? Where do we get them? I mean, does your university have a pool of experts? Is it like, I don't know, to nominate some teachers and they would become the experts, to train them? No. How to start the pool? Thank you.
Thanks. The expert normally is an academic developer, is someone working in the teaching learning centers, for example, but it has to have a long experience. I also recommend to the universities who are starting not to even if there are wonderful young academic developers. But unfortunately, they are not perceived by the teachers as someone who will be able to provide significant feedback. So the fact that I have a white hair, for example, helps. It is true. In countries where there's no tradition in this kind of tools, you have to be aware also of this kind of aspects. So it should be a senior academic developer, and of course it means that it's not so easy to find this kind of competences. Then, when you start with an expert, you can start training others. But the person who is to be considered an expert should really be an expert. It means, for example, the key competencies define what to say and what not to say.
Thank you. Dr. Manuela Milani, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thanks to you.
Will you stay with us during the lunch? So maybe anybody who would have another question can reach you during that time and talk to you more. And now on stage already is Dr. Donna Murray, Head of Thought Student Development at the Institute for Academic Development, University of Edinburgh, with over 25 years of experience in the higher education sector. Looking forward.
Well, thank you, everyone. Hello to everyone joining us online, and thank you to everyone who has turned up today. It's a real joy being asked to come and speak to you, and I hope what I'm going to talk to you about today is interesting, informative, but also gives you a bit of hope that even in an incredibly old university that is unwilling to change, like Edinburgh, change can happen. It's very slow, it takes a lot of time, but we can get there. And the point is, we all have a role to play in that change. So I am head of taught students in the Institute for Academic Development at Edinburgh, and that means I lead the team that look after all of our undergraduates and taught postgraduates academically. So I help them, well, my team, help them be confident and achieve their potential academically. But I also do a lot of work with staff, and following on from the other presentations, a lot of the work I do is around reflection and helping people to reflect and helping people to think about what is great about their teaching and what is really great about them as teachers. But I'll just quickly talk about the Institute for Academic Development. So we launched in August 2011. We were formed from different parts of the university that worked with, some parts worked with students, some parts worked with staff. The point was no one in the university knew who to talk to about anything. And so we formed the Institute to try and bring everyone together in one place that everyone could talk to us. We are about to enter our teenage phase. We're going to turn 13, and I'm going to take comfort from what Sarah said this morning, that means we're going to be very innovative and exciting rather than grumpy and stay in our room. But our remit was to provide university support for teaching, learning, and researcher development. So all students and pretty much all staff. There are very few staff groups that we don't work with. We have the equivalent of 35 staff. Most of those are working, running events, doing administration, managing grants. But we've got about 15 people who work directly with students and staff. Our audiences, we've got about 11,000 staff, 42,000 taught students, and 6,000 research students. And until yesterday, I thought that was quite a big university. And then I found out how many students you have. And now I feel like a little tiddler. But, you know, it feels big in Scotland. We are pretty big in Scotland. And in the Institute, we try to provide support in different ways because we understand different people like different things. And you cannot just say, this is exactly how you're going to interact with us, and we're not adapting to you at all. So some people love an event like this. They love coming online or in person. They love asking questions. They love speaking to people. Other people hate that beyond belief. They cannot bear it. So we have a lot of online resources for students and staff where they don't have to actually even talk to someone. If they just want to start thinking about things, or if they're a student and they're very time pressured, they don't have to come to an event or a workshop or talk to one of my team. They can just read about stuff. We're very focused on our core provision. So we're very clear as an institute, what is it that we absolutely have to deliver? And I'm going to talk in my next slide about what we deliver for staff. But we are very clear about what that is. And until that core is delivered, nothing else happens. So all of the other interesting stuff that we might like to do, our research, we don't do that if we're not fulfilling our core. So we are really clear about how we're going to work with people. We also offer bespoke support. So I'll give you an example. Right now we have a new student support model at Edinburgh, and academic staff have been volunteered into specific academic roles, building academic community among students. So trying to make students feel welcome. That is something lecturers do every single day. They work with students, they make them feel part of something, and they help them talk. They cannot understand what is being asked of them because it is in a different context. So we're doing a lot of work with those academic staff around, you can already do this, and you're already amazing. This is what we want you to do, and this is how you might do it. And these are some tools that you can use. So it's really important to give people tools and resources that they can use. It's quite pointless, really, to just talk to them about the theory and give them lots of information to go away and read. They're not going to actually do anything with that. So we have to think about what we can do with them. And the final way is something that I'll come back to later. It's this idea of being a catalyst. It's where you don't offer a solution. You're not telling someone this is exactly how you teach. What you are saying to them is, these are some thoughts, this worked elsewhere, how do you feel about it? It is very much, as Sarah said this morning, supportive and positive and coming from a place of trying to help someone to be the best teacher they can be, rather than telling them they're not good enough. And I think that's a really important distinction. But in terms of what we offer for staff, and I think this is possibly where you will be most interested given all the work that's going on here at the university, we have something called the Edinburgh Teaching Award. And this is based on the Advanced HE's accreditation with the Higher Education Academy. So basically it is a system in the UK where you can get accreditation with an external body that shows that you are working at a certain level, you are teaching at a certain level, you have skills, confidence, you're working strategically, all of these different things. Universities can be accredited to run that themselves and to offer the awards themselves, and Edinburgh has chosen to do that. And this is an example of where huge change has happened in a short space of time. So this has been running for about 7 years. Before it started, I applied for my senior fellowship directly with Advance HE, and I was senior fellow number 6 in the university. And now we have hundreds of senior fellows. So in just 8 years, we have really expanded how people are talking about teaching, their confidence about teaching, but also what they are talking about with each other and what they are reflecting on. Because in order to do the Edinburgh Teaching Award, you have to fill in a series of reflective blogs about your teaching. And reflecting, thinking about it, actually, as Manuela said, it's the most important part. We don't learn just by trying something. We learn by thinking, did that work? What worked? What would I have done better? Just in case you're interested, there are 4 different levels of fellowship. There is associate fellow, fellow, senior fellow, and principal fellow. And it helps if you think of them as like a sports team, like a football team or a hockey team or something. The associate fellow is generally a doctoral student. They're very new to the university teaching, but they're very enthusiastic, and they don't know where their skills are going to be. But they're reflecting at that level. They're reflecting about, I'm new to this. The fellow is like a really good player on the team. They know their strengths. They're focusing on their strengths, and they are teaching a lot. So it tends to be people in lecturing positions. And then we have senior fellow, which would be like the captain of the team. They work with others. They help other people develop their teaching. They are thinking about the longer term. They're thinking about the strategy. They are getting the feedback from the students and thinking, what do we do with this? So senior fellows tend to be senior lecturers or academic developers. And principal fellow is the coach. The coach is not on the pitch. The coach is not teaching and playing the game. The coach is doing all of the strategy and looking ahead and planning. And that tends to be professors, people like that. But it's a really great opportunity for people to reflect. It's also actually incredibly helpful because most job opportunities now in the UK ask for fellow level at least. So we have a lot of people who want to get that accreditation in order to move their career on. The second thing I'm going to talk about is something called the PG CAP. It's our postgraduate certificate in academic practice. And it's a 60 credit course that staff take in teaching. There's a 40 credit core, and then they pick 2 option courses. It's great. As Sarah was saying, seeing people enthusiastic is the best thing. When you see staff coming together and talking about their teaching and learning good practice, the enthusiasm in that room is amazing. And then they take it away and they take it back to their schools, their disciplines, and they're talking about things that they've learned. It's a big commitment. You know, it is 60 credits, but it is a really great course. And it gives you fellow level of the Higher Education Academy. So for many of our junior lecturers, people who are new to lecturing, it's a really great way to get that qualification. We have the Principal's Teaching Award Scheme, which is money that is donated by our alumni to support scholarship in teaching and learning. And I'm on the panel that hands out the money for this. It is an absolute joy to read what people are asking for money to do. The innovation is astonishing, and some of the recent innovation has been around peer observation of teaching and trying to develop online systems to help people understand their teaching. But it's really great. I love reading them. I find it frustrating when I get things that the department should be funding, but they're not. And so people are trying to use it as a way to evaluate their teaching or think about things, and it's not really for that. It's about the higher scholarship, and it worries me that some of our schools are not funding these things. But as well as that, you know, these are big things that require a lot of time. You also have to have things that take very short amount of time. And as Sarah said, you have to feed people where you can. So we do practical strategy sessions, which are 1.5 to 2 hours. on a very practical topic. I run one on supervising a master's dissertation. So the people who come to that, they walk away with really core advice on how to supervise, what's required, what the students can expect, what you can expect of the students. We do a lot of writing retreats because we're trying to give people space to write and reflect and to think. And a lot of people will use those writing retreats to come and work on their Edinburgh Teaching Award, for example. Sorry, I got a cough. But writing retreats are an amazing way to have that discussion and debate starting, because you're coming, you're writing, and then in the intervals between writing, you're talking about what you've written, and it's a really encouraging, positive thing to do. And I also have a colleague, Jackie Doheny, who works with people who wish to research their teaching, but they don't know how to research their teaching because they're not education specialists. So she's building their confidence in how do I research my teaching. And she's an amazing resource, particularly for our science and engineering subjects where people are not comfortable with this sort of thing. Speaking of which, I will just, I will admit now that I have never been a lecturer because my focus has always been on the students. And I'm not an education specialist. I was a botanist, so I have a double strike against me when I'm going out and talking to people because they expect me to come from a certain background and I don't. And it used to cause me a lot of imposter syndrome, and I'm going to talk later about some ways that I've got around that. But I think it's important to acknowledge that academic developers don't all have to be one kind of person. We can come from different backgrounds. So previously I was a course organiser on PG CAP, and I was so interested in what Thomas said because the course I organised was working with postgraduate students because I knew that was an area where staff didn't get any support. But it was a space of innovation, and it is a space where you can share your teaching with students in a way that is not as easy to do with undergraduates. So I think postgraduates are the best students, and I really wanted people to understand that. I mentor applications for the Edinburgh Teaching Award for Senior Fellow and Principal Fellow, and again, that is about helping people to reflect, to think about their teaching, but to have the confidence that they are good at teaching and they have something to offer. And I will just say, I have never had a candidate for this who thought they were good enough. And I have had very senior professors with international reputations who are telling me, I'm never going to get this. So if you are thinking about your teaching and maybe going for some form of accreditation and you think, I'm not good enough, everyone thinks that, so just ignore it and go for it. And I also do a lot of university-wide discussion around policy and strategy, and mainly that's around students. So I'm currently writing the students' guidance, the university's guidance for students around generative AI. I will be leading some task groups around mandatory courses, things like that. But I try to speak to the students as much as possible because that's what I really enjoy doing. And an academic developer, they can be a bridge. So they can bridge between different groups. And it might be that you are teaching a large group in physics. And education also teach very large groups, and you could really learn from what they're doing. So we can bring people together. We can offer expert advice, so we could be observing teaching, we could be advising on your teaching practice, or we could just be talking to you about your reflection. We can act as a critical friend, so we can talk to you about your plans and help you work through things and give you that space. And that comes back to being that catalyst. It's about creating a space for discussion. We're not trying to shut down discussion and say this is exactly what you do. We are trying to open it up and give people space to discuss it and talk about it. What advice would I give? And I think this is for anyone in a university. I would seriously think about getting some coaching skills. So if you are supervising a PhD dissertation or a master's dissertation, or if you are trying to facilitate university-wide discussions around learning and teaching, having those skills to ask the right questions, to hold the space, to encourage people to reflect, so important, and it makes you feel much more confident. My next advice is a phrase that I use all the time when I am mentoring people is, so what, who cares, why you? Because so often I read things that people have written and there's no so what. It just sort of drifts off. So they talk a lot about what they've done, but then there's nothing about why they did it, what they were thinking, what changes it made. So what is really important. And bear in mind, when you say to someone, what is the problem, what is the issue, what is the thing you're looking at, they will quite often give you a very quick answer, which isn't the answer. It's the answer that they think they're allowed to say. So if you say to someone, what about learning and teaching culture at Charles University, they will give you an answer. But you want to probe a bit further to see if that's actually the real answer. Who cares? Who is it who has the problem? Bear in mind the person who has the problem often is not the person who can resolve the problem. So teaching and learning culture impacts upon our students. They can't make Charles University or Edinburgh University change its teaching culture, but they are the ones who are impacted. So we always have to be thinking that. And why you? This really helps if you are having those discussions with very senior academics and they're not really very interested in listening. It can help before you go into it to think, why would they listen to me? What am I bringing to this conversation? What knowledge, what skills have I got? And that brings me on to the SCARF technique, which is a coaching technique. And it acknowledges that people in their interactions have drivers and things that motivate their behavior. And they tend to fall into these categories. So we've got status, certainty, autonomy, relatedness, and fairness. So we've had a lot of talk today about senior academics and their status. And that can be intimidating. And so before you go into those conversations, acknowledge that you might be intimidated by their seniority and think about what you're going to do. We've also had a lot of talk about how can you engage senior academics. I tend to engage them around relatedness and fairness. So I tend to talk to them about how it would have been nice if someone had helped them when they were starting their teaching. Or I might talk to them about how if we make our teaching really inclusive, it is better for all students. So, you know, most people, as Thomas said, want to be good at teaching. They want their students to get something. So I would tend to approach senior colleagues from that concept of relatedness and fairness. I'm going to finish with a quote from Zig Ziglar, which is a great name. He was an American salesman and motivational speaker. You don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. I know having these conversations is really overwhelming, and that is because we're often thinking about the end point. We will be at this point and have excellent teaching. We can't think like that. We have to just think, what is the first step? How do I get people interested? How do I get people thinking about this? But I love Zig Ziglar's quotes. They are astonishing. If anyone wants to contact me afterwards, my email address is here, but I'm here for the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Any questions from our audience? I'll ask you. We have two of them, so Professor Weiss first, and then we will go to you.
Okay, thanks a lot. My question will go into establishing this this system and this institution and the support, because obviously institutions want to provide support, but they also want some control. Mm-hmm. And I wonder to what extent what you do is part of the control of whether the teaching is good enough or not, and to what extent you had to face some sort of backlash in terms of this is another management tool for controlling how we teach. This is not here for us, but this is against us.
That is so common, and we have had to really work hard. Everything that we offer is voluntary. No one's forced to do it. But we've had to work really hard with that positive reward of saying, you know, we can help you get accreditation, which will help you in your career, or we can help you with promotion cases, which will help your career, or like you were saying earlier, staff want to have engaged students. To me, excellence in teaching is where students are interested and excited and engaged in the teaching. And that's what they want. And it was really hard for the first couple of years, I'm not going to lie. But you get little pockets of people who are interested and positive, and that spreads slowly. But it takes time. The other thing is, because we're a central unit, we're not aligned with any particular school or college. We are not part of the principal's office. We are independent. And we have worked really hard. We spent a lot of time at the start identifying our core and our values and how we were going to work with people, and we've been really clear about maintaining that. So we have kept, I think, a really high degree of independence, but it takes constant work to do that. And I understand people do look at it and think, oh, you're telling me what to do again. Thank you. You have to help them in a more positive way.
Thank you. We had another question.
Hi, Jan Froniak, academic coach. My question relates to the finances, basically. How does it work in Scotland when somebody is a great teacher but doesn't have enough publications, for instance? So how does teaching quality reflect the overall assessment of an academic? Thank you.
So for a long time at Edinburgh, teaching was irrelevant. It was all research. Your promotion, your annual review, everything was based around research. Over about the last 10 years, and it takes time, there has been a move to develop ways of giving people promotion for excellent teaching and developing career paths for excellent teaching which are equivalent to the career paths of research specialists. So it's hard. It takes the university to want to do that. And yes, you're right, it takes funding and it takes willingness, and most of all it takes a willingness not to see a teaching career as somehow second rate. You know, you weren't good enough to be a researcher, so you just did teaching. That's what you have to do. We have very high profile people now in the university who are really open about how they love teaching, they're good at teaching, and that is what they do every day because they enjoy it. And that helps to have those people around. But it is so hard in research-intensive universities.
Do we have another question from our audience? I have one from chat. Do your academic have a competency profile defined so you can measure their progress?
No.
Nothing like that?
No, we wouldn't ever say to an academic, this is where you've got to get to. It's much more about that supportive model of this is where you could go and this is what you could do and this is how you could make your teaching really amazing because the content's great, but how do we make it, you know, where the students are learning more effectively in your teaching? So no, we would not be assessing academics based on some scale that they have to meet. We wouldn't get involved in that.
So is the process the goal?
Yeah, the reflection and the thinking and everything else is the point. It is about caring enough to think about what you're doing.
You have mentioned your imposter syndrome, which is, I think, a very well-known term that everybody experiences on themselves. How do you overcome it?
But it is about that thing about why me. So if I am thinking, I have real imposter syndrome, why have they asked me? I do think, what is it that I am bringing? What is it that they would not know if I were not there? And over time, you just get used to hearing yourself speak and you become the person who's always asking the questions or doing things. But I do see my role very much as being there for the students and advocating for the students. And so if I'm thinking, I don't know how to do this, I always think, I'm doing this for the students, so I need to work out a way to do it. So imposter syndrome for me is just about thinking, how do I get past this?
It's a beautiful thought. at the end. Is it? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was Dr. Donna Murray from Edinburgh. And I think now we are all ready to have a lunch, to digest everything we have just learned and heard. So we will have a 1 hour break. We invite you all for lunch just where the coffee break took place, and we will see each other in 1 hour right here. We will continue with the panel discussion. So if you have any question you didn't ask before, you will have the opportunity after the break. Dámy a pánové, vítejte zpátky po obědové pauze. Přepínáme teď do češtiny, takže sluchátka vidím na jiných hlavách.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after lunch. Now will be the following panel discussion will be in Czech, and we have 90 minutes and plenty of time for the questions from the audience here in the auditorium and also from the attendees online. And we have renowned experts in here with us. So I will start from the far side of the table. Dr. Robert Plaka, head of the National Accreditation Bureau for Higher Education until 2021. He was the Minister of Education, Youth and Sports. Thank you for accepting our invitation. Next to him is Professor Radka Vildová, Director General for Higher Education, Science and Research of the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports. Then David Hurný, member of the Rectors Collegium of the Charles University and member of Internal Evaluation Board at the Charles University. Then Lucie Rohlíková of University of Western Bohemia. In the long term, he has been supporting education and training of university teachers and e-learning programs. And then Ingrid Procházková, university teacher from the Masaryk University in Brno, member of the Training and Development Manager of the Pedagogical Competence Unit, and member of the Center for the Development of Pedagogical Competencies. Good afternoon. We started the first block with a presentation of Professor Lopen and the objectives. She said that unless we have objectives defined, we cannot measure progress. So, Dr. Plaga, what is the objective of the academic competences of academic staff? Where are we trying to get to? Well, this is a difficult question for the start. This is just a warm-up. Okay, so I'm looking forward to the next questions then. And for the start, I want to say that I'm really happy that after we launched the National Accreditation Board, we managed really to start focusing on this topic. And right now, I cannot say whether we have some metrics in the Czech Republic to monitor progress. The response is that these metrics are not available at all universities at the Czech Republic. After I've been the head of the accreditation board for 1 year, I'm happy that together with my colleagues we didn't have to repeat how important this is to all the rectors at universities. And our system, in the long term, our system has been based on the motivation that was available, the research funding, and the priority was to get budget or funding from the Ministry of the Education. But then the quality of teaching, of instruction at the university was not one of the criteria for obtaining these funds. So what can you do? You focus on the the area where the funding is available. And you may not pay so much attention to the quality of teaching. So where are we trying to get now? We do not want to say that we have to wait until we have more resources to start discussing quality of teaching. But we actually want to start right now. We want to look at whether universities have a system for developing teaching activities and systems to evaluate the teaching activities. And of course, we're at the beginning, and we're trying to start. And as the Japanese say, the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. But we want universities to really start working on this right now, to start paying more attention to this. And while me and my colleagues are in the management of the National Accreditation Board, we will really be highlighting this topic. And in my opinion, the evaluation systems, the metrics, do not have to be identical at all universities, because the size of the universities differs as well. But somehow, what has to be taken into consideration is peer training, one-to-one training, other methods. But the system, it does not matter what methods you use exactly, but it's important to make sure that your system is functional and works for your university. And me and my colleagues will really be asking rectors, the management of the universities, how their systems look like. And it will also be one of the criteria that we will review during accreditation. And if we identify a problem, we will want the university to solve the problem as well. And this is the beginning. Yes, this is the beginning to really implement a system that will generate measurable results and that will provide a framework. And we really have to make this happen in reality, not just have it on a paper. Now, we've already heard how many things universities have to solve and how many priorities there are. So where among the priorities are the teaching skills of university teachers? Well, the head of the accreditation authority basically said something that we agree with. We're on one page is in this respect, and we at the Ministry of Education also try to have a discussion on this. We have conferences where the topic is discussed, and we also have some options. And yes, we are just starting with these efforts, and the system of quality should allow self-evaluation, and then depending on the findings, relevant interventions should take place. But this is something we started discussing in 2016. Now it's really up to those who have already started with these efforts already. These may be universities that are thinking of accreditation of their institution, that universities that are thinking about their own evaluation. And we actually reviewed this in the past as well, but in the past this was only something that you would have on a paper. You would just declare this, but now we can see that there are some universities that have started implementing this in practice. And since this topic is now part of the official accreditation, and it's a really important thing, think. And we know that this requirement was there in the past, but now I think that this is being really implemented, and especially the National Accreditation Authority is really pushing this forward. And Dr. Plaga wanted to add something. We should really aspire to define a standard for a member of academia, of a university teacher, and basically lifelong learning does not finish by graduation. You have to continue developing yourself. And the task of universities is to educate, to teach. So perhaps universities should also define a standard for their teachers. And we know that the ministry is working on this in cooperation with experts. The director has already said that there are experts who are working on this. So yes, let's have a look at the good practices. And our bureau is not only in charge of accreditations, but we also want to come up with some methodologies or recommendations that will reflect or translate into the system. And in the Czech Republic, we often say we are so much different that we need different approaches. But I do not think that there is an excuse, really. Teaching and training activities should be in one of the core activities at the universities. It should be perceived as such. And of course, we need to develop tools, but we also change the perspective of how we allocate the budget. And since there's a huge amount of money that is allocated to teaching, but since there's no competition because this allocation is mandatory, there's really no competition and there's no motivation to improve teaching. Thank you. Back to the director. So how happy are you with how the implementation is progressing? Because you said that it was first mentioned and declared in 2016, but it's 2023 now. So how are you happy with the development? Where we're looking at two different things at the same time. The first one is developing competences of academic staff, and the other one is developing metrics and evaluation. And in terms of evaluation, self-evaluation, and subsequent interventions, we see that this is taking place. There's some motivators that support this or should be taking place. And from the perspective of developing teaching competences, it's really crucial, in my opinion. And together with the Charles University rector, we started many years ago. We founded the Paedagogium platform, and we were really happy that the university management supported this initiative. And there was a similar initiative at the university in Brno, and we see other universities doing the same thing now. And we're very happy to see this because this is really necessary. On Thursday, we had a round table with different NGOs participating as well, and I told them that about this conference, and I told them that education or further lifelong training of teachers is really important. But for this, and it's going to be a part of the teaching and education framework, but we do not only need educated teachers at all levels of schools, but we also need educated teachers to teach students at universities. And I'm really happy to see that we have this training and education available for university teachers all over the country. And some time ago, I pointed out that it's important to develop teaching competences of the academic staff. I had actually talked to a representative of medical school, and he said, well, could you please prepare a program to teach medical doctors how to teach students. And I thought, okay, so this renowned school is coming to us, they want this kind of course from us, and can we actually do it? And we prepared it, and we saw a lot of interest from the medical doctors in this training. And now we see members of academia from different fields, including humanities, natural sciences, taking part in these programs. So we're very happy that we actually were able to change the mindset in here, and that teachers understand that this is something they need. And we also have Mr. Horny here. So how difficult is it, in your opinion, to get support for this kind of activities? Well, at the Charles University, after the management changed, we were really grateful that they had founded this initiative, this platform, and we're really happy that the current rector is really supporting this platform. Not just verbally, but also by allocating budget to the platform and its activities. And when we started, we saw different reactions. Actually, young or junior members of academia really felt that they need to keep developing. They were happy to get a helping hand, so they were quite pleased. What was more challenging was the communication with the older colleagues, senior academia members, because they had been taught in a certain way by their professors, and they somehow took over the style of teaching, of instruction from them, and they continue in this tradition. So it's diverse, and we see that individual schools or faculties, they now have their own independent teams, independent on us, that are starting to focus on this particular topic. And we ran a survey. We had a questionnaire, and based on the questionnaire, we arrived to a conclusion that the change is not going to be a revolution, but evolution. We will start offering some courses that will be offered primarily to junior colleagues, and these courses will be voluntary for the senior colleagues. How about the University of West Bohemia? Do you have the same experience? Thank you to Paedagogium and Charles University for inviting me to speak here. Our experience is similar. We started focusing on development, professional development of members of academia in 2010. We started with courses for junior faculty, and now after more than 10 years, we see that it was a great investment, because the junior teachers of the 2010 now become more seniors, and we see that their teaching competences are good. And we see that it's time to do something about this, not just at the University of West Bohemia, but all over the country, really. And we know that some teachers don't really need any special instruction. They do not need to learn some basic techniques because they're such personalities that they are able to attract students, and they are very, their lectures are very appealing to students. But then there are teachers who need additional support, and it has already been said that it may be very important for them to consult the style and methods, teaching methods with professionals, because the teachers want to be professionals as well as teachers. And I know how important this is because I also am familiar with some methods, theories, etc. So we just have to have a look at how to work with this. We have higher education pedagogy team. We invited representatives who are interested in this topic from different faculties to be able not to focus just on particular subjects or fields of study, but to look at teaching in a more general way, although we think that it's important to have input from the individual faculties or departments. But we are of the opinion that there should be experts from different teams as well to support the transformation of teaching, of didactics in the individual fields of study. So we're trying to focus and be specific as well.
Thank you very much for this contribution. And over to Brno, Masaryk University. How do you approach the quality of teaching at the Masaryk University? Nice afternoon to everybody. Thank you very much for your question. We in the Center for Competence Development have been always trying to keep developing competencies of our faculty. Quality teaching has got certain characteristics. It's team teaching, team instruction, or any other types of instruction which are efficient. Teaching must be efficient, and the more efficient, the better the results of the students. And the third level I should like to mention is that we want the faculty, the instructors, as well as the students to be happy with their studies, to enjoy it, and to deliver as much as they can. We decided to, from the very onset, to start working with the newcomers. But finally, we had colleagues who've been teaching for maybe 20 years to join us as well. And it's great to hear after 20 years that you're doing it well and you can do it even better. At the moment, we are planning to diversify our offer. We would like to offer different type of education to the newcomers, for their entry level, to those who've been teaching for a couple of years and those who've been teaching most of their life. We realize that their needs are very similar, but in certain phases, and if your professional life or even your personal life, you need different things. Those teachers or instructors who've been teaching for a longer period of time, how is it going with them? I've realized from data that those who benefit the most from such training are the newcomers. But how do you actually treat those who've been teaching for a long period of time, and do they see the benefits? We realized that there are lots of instructors at the university who wish to improve, who wish to see their teaching practice from a different angle. And we've managed to attract these people, and they keep coming back to us, bringing their colleagues with them. experienced instructors as well. When they come over to our center, we don't tell them what to do and what not to do, and what will happen if they do A. If you do A, it will lead to B and C, etc. We don't do that. We try to guide them through their instruction to help them understand their strengths and weaknesses, and to teach them to be able to reflect on their practice and reflect on what the students tell them, or the messages that students non-verbally send to them. Obviously, it's become obvious that our center is not a threat, that we are not telling them what to do and giving them strict guidelines, and those who don't fit within the guidelines will not be teaching anymore, or that's not happening, and those because nobody wants that. And we've managed to convince the faculty that this is not the case. Sir, you wanted to react? Yes, I just wanted to explain how we've introduced this here at the Charles University. The graduates from the entry level disseminate information to others and roll it out in a way. Those who are reluctant to join the training because they don't want to listen to any theory anymore soon realize that it's not an issue. Those who graduated from the entry level and disseminated information that it's far from theory, have done a lot because they've been spreading positive news about us, and now people are no longer reluctant. I've heard about mandatory training in the past where people were really not willing to join because they were learning pure theory, which was absolutely obsolete on top of it. But now we are talking about brain functioning and techniques and methods and approaches to teaching, which react to the new development of knowledge. Together, we are looking into efficient ways of instruction, really. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not only frontal from our table, but also for you to join the debate. Should you wish to ask any questions or make comments, please do so. It all looks very nice. The Ministry of the Education and the National Certifying Authority are happy. It's up and running. Universities have been doing it. There are colleagues interested, and it's being disseminated. So where are the obstacles? Where is the problem? How come, even though you've been doing this for over 7 years, there is no official standard? Thank you for the floor. I didn't really realize from the introductory speeches that there is no issue. I mean, it's not all pink, really not. It's true that if people who are on the same tune, they have the same thoughts in a way, they are on board on one ship, you don't have to convince them. It's convincing of the convinced, of those who are already dedicated. So that's not an issue. But with these people, you manage to build on those who are really interested, real aficionados, and who become managers and start building on this belief. They become deans or even rectors. I heard one of you say we give opportunity. We open up opportunities. and we are trying to, are we really trying to enlarge the group of those enlightened people? Or are we still talking to those who are aware of the need of quality in teaching? And that's it. What we are missing here from my point of view, and I try to say that in my opening address, this issue has never been tackled by the Ministry and the National Certifying Authority. When you start introducing new ways of instruction, you can always point at Brussels and say it's coming from there. And those who don't want to listen to the colleagues who are trying to introduce best practice should follow the suit. But we actually want this to be a majority offer. We want even those who really don't like it step out of their comfort zone, and there you can actually grab them and convince them that this is nothing to fear. You know, you've got professors who haven't been trained for the past 30 years. You can't really make such a guide to be there with other trainees and tell him that his teaching competencies are low. I mean, you cannot do that. You need to employ a different tool with such a candidate. And regardless of whether the university wants it or not, it should use the National Certifying Authority as a whip. You know, the authority wants it, you have to take training. The ministry should have kind of a motivation budget so that those departments which are really engaged in it can get extra money. But are we not there? By no means. Director, did you want to react? I don't really want to react, but I just would like to comment on it. You know, we think we've been doing it for quite a while, but since it's been coming from bottom, it's really a bottom to top process. It's not been imposed on us by the authorities. It's just the other way around. Universities and departments started pushing for it. Masaryk University, Western Bohemian, Charles University, and other universities joined in without ever being asked, ever being told that it's important and that they must do it. And I'm happy with it. You know, on one hand, there's pressure from the ministry and from the certifying authority, and there are universities on the other side which are rather open. And this pressure should be supported with other tools. The fact that it's been taking this long, it's due to the fact that you have to win the people, you have to train them, they have to accept it. There have to be teams of lecturers built. We heard an example from the Masaryk University. It's not about this entry-level training only. It's about follow-up training as well. We've heard about how important it is to involve teachers or instructors not only, but also the importance of transposing or disseminating and rolling it out to other levels as well. I've seen a lot of colleagues from different universities and departments which are quite good with and their competencies developed thanks to this initiative. But still, we need more intense support from those subjects which can be of help. But definitely, it's been going from bottom up, and that's why it survived. And COVID also helped it. So what time horizon would you like to talk about? How long will it take before there will be appreciation or you know, not only on paper, but real appreciation? the Ministry of Education's got some kind of a strategic plan to develop instruction competencies or instructors' competencies, and there are OPs and other project budgets which will contribute to that. I don't know, I can't tell at the moment whether there'll be subsidies or under the coefficient of quality awards, or I don't know that. But we are going to work on the quality coefficient with representatives of other universities and see what it's going to be like and what indicators are going to be used. Over to Assistant Professor Rohlíková. I just wanted to mention that you've been talking a lot about the fact that this has not been rolled out yet. One of my four speakers has said that if we really were serious about development of instruction and teachers' competencies, we would have to work on mentors, academic developers, etc. But we don't have such professions, so we have very few of these people. And maybe we need to launch a system on the national level where we will give rise to professionals in teaching research, university teaching research, the academic environment-based teaching competencies. There are very few people who are doing that. And thanks to the National Accreditation Authority or Bureau, we should be able to launch training. The whole system is very complex, and we'll have to educate people. We'll have to open it up to people. It's not possible that as of January 1st next year we'll be all trained and we'll start teaching differently. No, we'll have to give rise to a new generation of pedagogues who will engage in research, development, and who will be the new generation of teachers in the academic world. You've heard that project money from OPIA could be available. We can use the budget to launch certain initiatives, to develop tools. But you see this disbalance here. You've got 5 times more money for research and science rather than for education, lifelong education. We've got certain budget for lifelong education of teachers or instructors, but it should be increased, definitely. And just on the side, we will need national budget money as well. We cannot build this all on subsidies and EU money, because in science you can gain only if you first invest. And how come that nobody reads your articles? How come that nobody cares about your research? For sure, I can imagine quality being subsidized much better. We need more money for teaching competencies. I remember the discussions at the Academic Senate. Most of the senior managers were talking about academic research being really important, but nobody realized that improved teaching competencies can also be of benefit, but you don't get paid for it. We, in a way, don't know how to evaluate teaching competencies. We don't have any projects. We don't have any criteria set up. And we are going in the direction of competence frameworks of a university teacher. So that's the basis. But when you look at accreditations, for example, what's evaluated in there is the number of academics, professors, assistant professors. Their teaching competences are sort of secondary there. One more thing concerning financing. I don't think that quality of instruction is appreciated. I think it is appreciated, but it's not appreciated enough. And one of the criteria are students' results. Efficient teaching or efficient teaching methods that lead to better academic results of children can be used as, or students can be used as one of the criteria. So there are criteria, but there are not enough of them, and they are sort of hidden.
Do we have any questions from the audience in here? I cannot see any raised hands so far, but we have just heard that there are some enthusiasts who are aware that more people need to be involved, but as the director said, we need people who will actually become the trainers and will be able to support the other schools that will decide to implement this new approach. So what is the Ministry of Education doing in this respect? So could anyone reply? Well, I'm not sure if you expect me to reply how we're going to support training of more trainers. And I've already said that the Ministry of Education sees this as a priority and that this should be part of the strategic documents at all universities, and it should be cascaded down throughout the hierarchy of individual universities, and universities should have their own systems in place, and this was supported previously already, and now we have operational program for education, but of course we cannot support everything through projects, because then there's a question of sustainability. And if the state highlights this as one of the topics of interest, the state should also allocate some resources to support these activities so that they are not dependent on the project funding. And we are working on a new coefficient, and if our proposal passes through the political representation, it should help actually. But we would really like to see the 30 billion for education to be increased by 20 to 30% for us to be able to support also this kind of initiatives. Every year we discuss with the political representatives about how the budgets will be allocated, and I think that we could probably do something in there. So this is about creating the conditions. But we, as a ministry, we say this is an important topic. We try to create conditions, but of course this is not much, but we do not really have many options what we can do. But it's also very much about the management of the individual universities and faculties, and I'm very happy to hear that representatives of universities see this as very important. Thank you. Our experience is that to start talking to university teachers and start talking about the quality of teaching is a kind of adventure experience. It's not always safe. It's not very simple to find people who will be willing to do this. At the Masaryk University, there are 6 of us, and we are not full-time mentors or trainers. And many of my colleagues of the mentors or coaches are former graduates of our university, but their primary activity is teaching of their own students, their research, and then on top of that, they also act as instructors or trainers in our training programs. But we are starting to participate in centralized training programs. So we have experts coming, external experts coming to give training at our university, like next week, for example. But it very much depends on what are the possibilities of the individual trainers, because they are also involved in research and teaching. So it depends on how much time people have to do this. Yes, so basically the question is, when can you get FTE people to do this? So what do you need for that? Well, if I knew this, I would definitely say that. I do not know what's needed in there. And Dr. Plaga wanted to react. Yes, the Director General says that the budget and the support of this initiative needs to be discussed with a political representation. But I must say that the body is an advisory body to the Deputy Minister. So to discuss or to allocate part of the budget to this particular activity, the ministry has to decide. And so it's not really blocked by the political representation, but the ministry can do some work there. And what we're saying is that you cannot really do the training, or you cannot really be a hobby trainer. Your trainers cannot be people who have the training and mentoring as an additional activity. We really have to change the mental setup, the mindset, so that all universities, all university managements understand that you cannot have this as a part-time activity. You need full-time experts to really back up these activities. And of course, if you run this as a project, then you may have a person allocated, but then the sustainability may not be easy to reach. And we really have to obtain funding, and that's one way. And another way is to make sure that there are experts to provide continuous development of university teachers and support their self-development. And this can either be done internally or externally. The university may contract external experts, but they have to be like professionals. Madam Rohlíková, well, in terms of increasing the number of people who teach or instruct university teachers, we are cooperating with Paedagogium and with the Serpek Center. There are trainers that may attend or train at different universities. We also had a summer camp where we invited representatives of other universities that may not have the structure structure or the system in place, yes. And of course, the situation is different at different schools. Some universities may find it easier to build a team that will be dedicated to teaching the academic stuff. At some universities, it's just one person who is in charge of the task and also has to work on self-development. So we have to make sure that we have more systematic training courses for trainers who will be able to support members of the academia. And this is something that cannot be achieved, but we have to start actually. And we have some experience, although it's still more about enthusiasts right now, but we need the support and we need to get some financial support as well. I would like to add to this, together with the University of Western Bohemia, we used one of the operating programs, and we started working on a system of trainers education, trainers who would be certified. So the objective is to offer professional training to the trainers who will teach the teaching skills, and we were discussing using trainers or internal or domestic resources, as well as inviting experts from abroad. And we saw this in the morning presentations as well at many universities abroad. Those who are involved in teaching university staff also get involved in research. And this may be a problem in the Czech Republic, because if you have an academic or a researcher, what chances will this person have to get funding for the research in here? And we'll see how the community will grow. But I also miss a PhD program that would educate these experts. And we know that we do not have enough experts in the Czech Republic right now. So this program should actually be offered at more than one university, because there's really lack of them. We have another question. Tomáš Weiss, Charles University. I think that we are just, touching the topic. We're not really getting to the core. At the universities where the system is established abroad, it's at universities where students pay tuition, so they have to prove that they offer quality education to their students, or it's universities in countries that allocate much more resources to the tertiary or higher education, like the Netherlands or the Scandinavian countries. In the Czech Republic, this is difficult because the universities are independent in terms of indicating their budgets, and if they allocate money to this kind of activity, it does not generate any immediate income for them, so they may not be interested in doing this. They may not be interested in doing it unless there's some will and interest from the bottom. And unless this mindset changes, we will still be declaring something on the papers and not implementing anything in reality. So we will either have to start or implement tuition, and then students will have a chance to choose where they will want to go depending on what kind of education they will get at the school, or we will have to become more willing to start financing these activities. So this is moving our discussion even forward. So Dr. Plaga, just a brief comment about the tuition. right now, and I've been saying this since spring, we are missing some 6 to 9 billion crowns to cover the basic costs. This is what we're missing in the budget. If we charge tuition of 10,000 crowns per the 2 semesters, it would generate some 6 billion crowns. And but if we decided to charge tuition, we would also have to have a system, legislation to support the students to be able to actually get enrolled and pay for their study. But I know this is not a place for this kind of discussion today. A research whether there's enough university students in the Czech Republic or not. It was published by Serge Institute, and we have hard data now supporting the argument that we still do not have enough university educated people, and that it's still very important to invest into higher education, because on Twitter, on some other platforms, you will hear people complaining that there are too many university educated people, but this is not the case. So we would really need billions of crowns, dozens of billions of crowns, but it's not enough, because then nothing would change, because the universities are independent in allocating their budget. So unless there are some rules for allocating funds for this particular activity, and there's some control over how the funds are allocated. And now, since I am the head of the National Accreditation Bureau, I would really be happy if this was properly executed, and I would really want these centers at universities taking care of lifelong learning of teachers to be independent on the management of the universities. And we agree that these centers or this function should receive part of the budget to be able to work well. And in order to motivate universities to do this, there might also be some maluses or sanctions for the schools if they were not supporting this particular function. But this is probably not realistic to increase the budget by 9 billion crowns due to the situation in the country. So this is not something that we could do now. But the question is, can we somehow make it with the budget we have right now? Well, this also seems to be a question for me because of my experience. The budget allocated to universities next year will be the same as last year. So in the short-term perspective, they will have to be using European funding to get extra financing, because there is no other funding available. But the ambition should be there, not just at the ministry level, but also at the level of the public administration. So we should really make sure that the money that is available to us in the recovery plan now is not just wasted or spent on something that is not tangible, but part should be really allocated and spent efficiently on supporting the universities and this function at the universities as well. Yes, I agree with what Dr. Plaga says. This is some kind of midterm perspective. We are now preparing the budget for the next year. We may get 1 extra billion that the minister would like to allocate in a certain way, but we're trying to fight for the midterm perspective, actually. we would like to see a progressive increase of financing, because we know we're going to have more university students in the coming years, and there are more issues like developing teaching competences, internalization, etc. So the money should increase in this particular area, but me as the Director General or anyone else in my team cannot influence this. But the debate right now probably suggests that there might be two layers of how to solve this problem. The first one is a kind of declaratory, the perspective of the ministry, the claim that this is an important thing to do, and if you want to develop quality at universities, you also need to develop quality of teaching competences of your staff. So you need to make sure that you do this. And unfortunately, right now, we have no funding for this. The funding is only available through projects. But then you have to have an initiative from the bottom as well.
And these two levels must meet somewhere. And we've got the level of the Ministry of the Education now active, newly active, and therefore it should push for that quality of academic teaching. Dr. Karolinum at the back, the head of our team, may wish to say more to that, but she was actually one of those colleagues who've been there from the very beginning. We've got quite a lot of research in teaching competences. We've got Dr. Vaštova and her team. We've got other people active in that field, but in a different dimension. And the need from the educational institutes was not as urgent. Now it is. But definitely university teaching has always been urgent and always been in need of quality, but not to that extent. I learned from what you've just said. Obviously, as a moderator, you need to ask whether we've got money available. This difficult economic situation is not giving priority to education. Unfortunately, so. You know that in the times of economic decline, there is always a decline of financial injections into education. And it's wrong. Money into education always pays back. But unfortunately, we don't have the money. We've got high dropout rate. We've got quite a lot of dropouts amongst doctoral students as well. And that's really wrong. Unfortunately, we'll have to pay for this activity now from European money, by large, from our project Pro-Growth European money. Unfortunately, we don't have local financing available to us. But we need to continue convincing the politicians that we need Czech budget financial injections as well to education. You know, the reality is tough. It's complicated. We've got questions from the audience, madam. Hello, Lenka Miková, Czech Agricultural University. Unfortunately, we don't have any apartment where we educate teachers. I understand that the government does not have any money. But is it possible that the ministry will actually have training for instructors, like teacher teaching? so that we could send our teachers there to this training. We need training for our teachers. You've got teaching departments. We don't. Our university does not have any teaching departments. Dr. Procházková, thank you very much for this question. I would just like to draw your attention to the fact that we've got lecturers from with other expertise as well. Actually, only one of our instructors out of 6 is actually a teacher, somebody who studied teaching. So you could find experts even at your university, even though they are not graduates of teaching per se. We don't have enough experts, definitely expert in teaching teachers. We need to develop this community of instructors, and I hope that in cooperation with Lucia, we will develop under OP YAK a program for future instructors. And it'll be open to anybody, really. It'll be open to any university staff. All workplaces which are in charge of training teachers, plus all initiatives, have been cooperating with all universities. We've been training for your university, actually. We provided training which was on offer. We've got training for our staff, but we open that training to other universities as well. If you contact us, we can provide you with turnkey training before we've got certified training for teachers, teaching teachers. I realize that it's costly, of course. Instructors don't work for free, and these courses must be scheduled and organized. You know, we need to train as many people as possible. We don't want to have small groups only. But unfortunately, schools don't get any extra budget for that. Ministry, which can use project money to this end, could actually help us out. Isn't the ministry thinking about investing project money into instructing teachers and developing teachers' competencies? We don't have the right budget to disseminate this en masse. I don't know. Is it really possible to do this at all? Do we have money to train even small groups of teachers? When exchanging offers, CERPEC can actually offer our training as well. We've been to several universities training in Ostrava, Pardubice, Opava as well. We love doing that. We are really happy that we are being invited, but it's not sustainable by no means, because we are there to train our own staff. Of course, we can help out elsewhere, but again, not en masse. And it's a question to you. Maybe you've got money we could use. Maybe you've got some financial injection for us. I don't want this debate to start and end with money. You know, we are talking about attitude, needs, about values as well, about awareness and raising awareness of the fact that quality of university education is by large on the instructors, on the teachers. Unfortunately, we don't have any money beyond the current very limited budget. But I believe that universities understand that developing competencies is really important and will find money in their budget. Universities have received this year, 30 billion. It's 7 billion more than maybe 5-6 years ago. Of course, we've got inflation, we've got the increasing number of students, etc., related issues, of course, but we just don't have any money which we can dedicate in here. We have OP, operational program YAK. We've got money in that OP, and hopefully the budget will improve and increase, and we'll be able to invest more money in developing teachers' competencies. I hope that once our cooperation's been really good, we'll be able to develop this. It's not that the ministry wants something and does not finance it. You know, financing different things is really difficult, you know, picking those to finance and picking those which will not receive any money. We need to look into sustainability, and we need to cooperate with universities. In midterm perspective, of course, we'll be fighting for increasing the budget. It's definitely needed, but on the other hand, it's up to the universities to look at their budgets, because maybe they will be able to find money in their internal budget, because it's about their internal quality development. Yes, the National Accreditation Bureau can also help in that respect. Yes, but as you've realized, I've been sort of left out of this debate, and you know, it's not easy, really. I see this back and forth exchange, and I think it's not up to universities only, and it's not up to the ministry only either. We are talking about project money to develop the whole of the university. We've got universities which have better access to European money than the ministry itself. Universities do have European funds available to them, but what actually hampers the cooperation is the fact that if you work at the Charles University, you cannot spend 3 days of a week working at another university. Sooner or later, somebody is going to start questioning you. I think training of instructors or training of trainers should be done, and it shouldn't cost more than a couple of million of Czech crowns. It could be under the auspices of the National Accreditation Bureau. I'm putting that down. I'm writing that down. Don't worry about that. But what I'm talking about, I've got very good experience from 2002, 2003, training of trainers. A couple of lecturers were trained. Experts on European projects, European programs. They took the training of trainers and on pre-accession tools, and they were disseminating it further. And they, from the project, I remember then they got tutoring, they got printed matter, they got the training, and they actually became trainers. And then they continued trainers and became trainers of further trainers, etc. It rolled out pretty successfully, and it can actually be done in this respect as well. Tomáš Kriegel will receive that task from me. I will definitely be the one who will be assisting the driving force, Tomáš. Next year, you may have your budget already fixed, but the following year the training of trainers should be there and should be a part of your budgets. I'll put that down and I will remember it. Just a technical comment. I just wish to say that universities have got programs to support strategic management, and development of teaching competencies is a part of it. And we have allocated money to this chapter. So it's not true that universities don't have money. A question at the back again. Pavel Hradecký. I don't have a question, but I have a wish. I have a favor to ask, but it's related. We've got money from OP-JAK, we've got national resources, but we haven't talked about National Renew. We've got under 7.4 a call for open sustainable transformation of universities and formation of sustainable strategies. We don't want the universities to just sit down and talk about energy sustainability. They should talk about sustainability of their quality and of their system as well. And we do have money available to us, and I'm convinced that if universities enter sustainability as part of their strategies, then they should be able to find under Renew a chapter to train trainers and maybe to pay external entities to provide for this training. We should definitely be able to finance it. Please try to include in your strategies not only the green transformation, but also the overall sustainability and improved quality of teaching and teaching competences. Thank you. But isn't the ball on your side of the court? I would say that we haven't really had a chance to look at this call. It's been improved by the ministry and sent to rectors, but I don't believe anybody's had time to look at it because it's a fresh issue. It was not only concerning Renew Plan, but it was also concerning other projects. More questions from the audience? Hello? Petr Baumann, South Bohemian University at Budweis. Let me contribute to the debate as a pro-rector for study and lifelong education. It may not sound good to you, but I need to say it out loud. I think the universities got enough money, for example, under the Plan to Support Strategic Management. As a vice rector, I've been working currently on the following issue. The development of teaching competencies is an issue which has not managed to win institutional support. We don't have institutional support in this respect, and I think that, as Mr. Plaga has said, if we see in the criteria of institutional accreditation the topic of development of competencies, or see a bit of a criticism that competencies are not there, it's going to work, and universities are going to invest money in it. But somebody has to take that issue and disseminate it. But what we are missing is human resources. There is lack of human resources. There are quite a lot of dedicated people in that field. But if we've got indicators, accreditation procedures enter the game, it will suddenly lead to a situation when a lot of people will emerge who will grab this as an opportunity to make extra money, not that they are dedicated, but they'll take it as a chance, to make more money, and that's not what I want, really not. I'm talking from the position of a university leader. I think teaching competencies are very much depend on your personality. Your teaching qualities cannot be taught. Not all of them. It's about the teacher's personality. If we even if we have the best trainers of the best, if you don't have the right person there, this person cannot be taught 100%. And actually, many people are against the university to be in charge of developing people's competencies. People should develop, staff should develop their competencies themselves. We've got PhD, we've got habilitation, we've got all these procedures that lead to our colleagues being appointed professors. All these levels are academic levels. And does the Accreditation Bureau actually has any tools to make competencies one of the conditions for our colleagues to become assistant professors or habilitate as professors? Thank you very much. Let me answer this question and then pass the floor over. I reckon, and it's been planned, that it should be a part of the institutional audit or accreditation. But if you look at the habilitation criteria, I'm sure that it says nothing about quality. It speaks about quantity, how many hours, etc., but it doesn't really, I don't read anything about quality in there, in the criteria. And teaching competencies are actually very important, and quality of the teacher is really highly necessary, and we'll do our best to have it as one of the criteria. I realize that we all are different. Some of us are talented, some of us are not. Some of us are really talented teachers, talented financial managers, that's obvious. Looking at lower level education, we see that there are schools where students leave to study abroad and schools where students don't study anywhere, don't continue anywhere. It's about the quality, but it's about the students as well. Different people have got different talents, and not everybody can reach the top of the top. We are not financially motivated to teach well. It's not going in that direction, and I think it should be going in that direction, at least 50-50. It does make sense to train, and even if you improve a little bit as a teacher, you'll become a better teacher. One of the people who won the a Nobel Prize last year, one of the lady actually, I read an interview with one of her students, and I realized that one of the reasons why she won the Nobel Prize was that she was a really good and quality teacher.
Mr. Horny, yes, I agree. I think that the teaching competences are not just about personal skills. I think that the top of professors' career is to teach. I think we have to see that there are more efficient ways of teaching, like the active learning, etc. And basically, any member of academia may engage in this. They may support students, show them their path, discuss things with students. And we have to remember that many things that we're trying to pass over are also published in top journals, impacted journals, and we have a number of academic workers who pay attention to quotations and charts, and there are impacted, reviewed magazines, and this is something that works. So this is something that we should not look down upon. And there are many things in the science magazine concerning teaching at universities, and it's important. And you have mentioned the career plans and the habilitation proceedings, and that they do not say a word about teaching competences. Academic activities are reviewed there. You may just see quantitative criterion, how many thesis the particular candidate supervised, and right now we're trying to lead candidates for the academic positions to review their teaching activity as well. But the communication with the academic staff is kind of challenging in this respect, but any pressure or motivation from the National Accreditation Bureau will definitely help us in this. I think that the courses that are offered to the university teachers right now should really focus on individual work, meaning the participants should actually reflect on their work. They should focus on their self-development. So these trainings should not be theoretical about methods, but nowadays these trainings are starting to focus more on individuals and on supporting the individuals to develop themselves. We have a question from the audience. We have time for one question and comments or answers. Jan Mareš, I wonder if the schools or universities have information about how they actually apply their experience. So after our students graduated 1 year, they actually provided us with feedback. They actually told us how they like the atmosphere at the school, how they like the instruction. And in my 20 years career, this was for the first time when I got the feedback actually. So perhaps it would be very useful to ask students for the feedback. And perhaps we should decide that this might be a useful thing. So I wonder how many teachers at universities actually ask for a feedback from their students. And we discussed the feedback and the art of providing feedback during the morning part or block of the conference. So probably you have already thought about it. So now a question for the representatives of the universities. How do you work with the feedback, and how many university teachers ask for feedback or are at least willing to accept feedback? How about Charles University? Well, at the Charles University, we have a student evaluation system. And this is mandatory for students. So students have have the right to provide feedback on the teaching. Unfortunately, we're not getting back many of the questionnaires from the students, and then the members of the academia often dispute the way how the feedback is used or reflected. And in terms of observing, providing the feedback, I think this is something that needs to come from the bottom, and I think that many people will not like it. There's going to be a lot of pushback, but I do not really see who could do the observations and in the classes of individual teachers and provide feedback. I do not think that a better solution would be for head of a department to do this, or the peers to do this. So this is a question. At the Charles University, we do not see the student feedback evaluate teaching skills of teachers. It's really not that way. We may possibly identify some extreme situations. So if a teacher has got really bad results or really good results, then we can see this, but we cannot really get valid information about competencies, teaching competencies of individual teachers. The way how the questionnaires are set now, we do not really get this information. How about Masaryk University? I think it's very similar. I think students are active in this way at all universities. Perhaps it's overrated because it's not the only criterion that we should look at. And there's potential, or there's room for improvement for sure. We still need to get more kinds of feedback, like peer feedback, expert feedback, feedback from external experts. So this is something where I see room for improvement. We also have a questionnaire for students concerning individual subjects, and what we do at the Masaryk University is that we support excellence and innovation in teaching in different programs. So if a teacher asks for innovation in teaching support, they also have to commit for actually implementing the innovation, but they also have to ask their students for a feedback. And we have specialized tools that students use to provide the feedback. So some of our teachers are actually getting the feedback, and we work with the feedback after that. So we talk to the teachers about the feedback they got, and we try to support them. We're out of time, so perhaps just a few words about the direction where we're heading. I think we need a cycle of quality evaluation, a whole system of quality evaluation, and well-prepared feedback questionnaires. Student feedback questionnaires would be a nice part of it. And I feel right now that this may be a rather formal step that is not very popular or that is not used widely by the universities, but it's really up to the universities. Then there's a question of what you actually ask about. At the pedagogical faculty, we included some questions that teachers wanted to ask about their courses actually. And we see that not many students are willing to answer, to provide the feedback, because the feedback is not further worked with. So you don't want to post it on a notice board, but you need to work with your staff to develop them based on the feedback. And I'm not saying that it's the case of the two universities that have just described their feedback. And this is something that students see actually. And if we are to evaluate the quality, we have to move from the declaration to practical activities. And it's a circle really. And we really need the feedback from students. We should work on developing this. And we also need to work with the feedback. This is really important. And this cycle includes like the strategic documents, the declaration, understanding that teaching has to be linked to research, that efficient teaching competences have to be developed. So it's all one circle or cycle, and it's very important. And I think that all of us who are here at this conference today understand this. And the ex-minister said we are the excited ones, and we know, but we also have to motivate and engage the others. On behalf of the Ministry of Education, Professor Vildova, and I would also like to say thank you to all the other panelists, Robert Plaga, David Horný, Lucia Rohlíková, and Ingrid Procházková. And now it's time for one more coffee break, and after the coffee break we're going to discuss good practice or best practices examples from the Czech Republic. We have 3 more presentations ahead of us, and it's time for the coffee break now.
We are now opening the last block of our first international conference of Paedagogium platform. Thank you so much for staying with us until now, and it's my great pleasure to invite now one last English speaking speaker, Magister Bartlomiej Wróblewski, who will now talk about elevating pedagogical competencies at Charles University. He currently works as a pedagogical skills development coordinator at Charles University in Prague, where his main responsibility is to oversee the activities of the Paedagogium platform.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be here tonight because this is the first conference of the Paedagogium platform, and I'm really happy to see that many of you decided to join us today. So this is something that I would like to really thank you for. Today I would like to discuss Paedagogium's latest initiatives. So basically how we are planning to support our academic staff at Charles University. But before I actually go into any specific details about our current initiatives, I would like to briefly describe what Paedagogium actually is. So, Paedagogium is a network of people at Charles University, but not only Charles University, who cooperate together to support our academic staff and their pedagogical competencies. These people cooperate to share experience, knowledge, skills in the fields of higher education, pedagogy, didactics, and psychology. And as of 2023, Paedagogium has become an advisory body to the university leadership, and right now we focus officially on the area of pedagogical competencies at Charles University. We identify issues and deficiencies in the area. We comment on the strategic development, and we enhance the quality by, for example, issuing recommendations, preparing different activities related to that area. For example, organizing a conference related to the enhancement of pedagogical competencies. And we, of course, collaborate with other university bodies, and all that to support our academic staff. So this is like very briefly what Paedagogium actually is. So now I can move on to our current activities. However, to fully understand why we are currently working on certain activities, it is important to know that the university is planning to allocate funding on the establishment of teaching and learning centers at the faculty level. We would like to allocate funding at the faculty level so that they can actually employ instructors of pedagogical competencies who will focus on that area at the faculty level. We as Paedagogium, we understand that this is a very complex task and universities need a lot of scaffolding. So this is something that we would like to do here at the rectorate level as our Paedagogium platform. And now I can dive into our current initiatives. I will focus on two today because I have only 16 minutes left. So I will focus on two activities. And the first one, our first initiative on how we can actually support our academic staff is the development of the framework for effective teaching at Charles University. Before I start describing what that document actually is, I would like to introduce the authors of the document. Some of them, or most of them actually, are here today. So I would like to thank them very much for the cooperation, and there's still a lot of work ahead of us, so I'm actually looking forward to future cooperation. So now let's focus on the purpose of our document, our framework. Our team realized that we need to support our faculties by defining essential pedagogical competencies of teachers at Charles University. And that is why our document, our framework, offers an overview of effective teaching standards at Charles University. It is a sort of guiding map that gives information on what one should focus on when they wish to enhance their teaching. It is very important to emphasize that in our framework, we stress the relevance of teachers continuously developing their pedagogical competencies. So there is a huge focus in the document on lifelong learning. So this is something that we emphasize in many parts of the document. And last but not least, our objective is to have a document that is a supporting scaffolding tool for the teaching and learning centers at the faculty level and their instructors. And basically what is important to say that we believe that those interdisciplinary competencies that we have in our framework, we believe that these should be trained and developed at the faculty level. So these were the objectives. You may ask how we worked on the document. It's been a long-term process. It included interdisciplinary discussions, finding examples of good practices abroad, of course, getting familiarized with relevant literature, and a very important part, which is international consultations. We have consulted over 10 people, 4 of them in the Czech Republic, the rest abroad, even in the US. Some of these people are here today, or were online. So I would like to thank them for the feedback that we received. We really received a lot of feedback that helped us improve our framework a lot, and thanks to the feedback, we are able to present our document here today. You may have noticed that I have been using this same picture all like 3 times already, I think, in my presentation, and there is a reason for it. It's not just that I like the picture so much. I would like to use this picture of a temple as a metaphor. So basically, every single teacher, they want to create this roof of effective teaching for their students. However, to have a stable roof, we need to have a foundation, we need to have stable pillars, and that is what we have done with our document. That's how we designed it. So basically, we identified or defined what the foundation and the pillars are to have stable roof of effective teaching. And we actually like the metaphor so much that our framework is also a temple. I hope it's visible for everybody on site. I'll be explaining everything on the way, so don't worry. The foundation of our temple, of our framework, it's content, knowledge, and skills. So we believe that there is no effective teaching without teachers being experts in their respective fields. This is the basics for us, and basically this is the start. If we don't have this stable foundation, we cannot move forward. But if we have this stable content, knowledge, and skills that should be also systematically developed, we can focus on developing certain competence areas related to pedagogical skills. I'll maybe turn it over to help you with reading a little bit. Our team identified 6 different competence areas that are relevant for Charles University. I believe that many of them are relevant to all universities in the Czech Republic, but I would like to emphasize that this specific framework has been designed for Charles University. The first is learning and teaching, planning and design. So basically everything that happens before we enter the classroom. The second, managing the teaching and learning process. So everything that happens in the classroom. Supporting teaching and learning with digital technologies, that's number 3. So basically everything related to technologies, how we can support the teaching and learning process. And I would like to emphasize that we do not focus on using technologies in the classroom only. This is broader than that. Number 4, that's giving feedback and assessment. Then we have professional cooperation. So how should teachers work with each other and support each other to enhance their teaching? And finally, the last one, that's reflective teaching and teacher professional development. So how can teachers work on themselves, how they can reflect on their teaching? It has been mentioned many times here today that this is a very important aspect, and we also have it in our framework. So this is this first level that we have. We have the foundation, we have the pillars, and if the pillars are stable enough, they create effective teaching, the roof of effective teaching at Charles University. In our framework, we work with deeper levels. The pillars that you can see, these are competence areas, but within every single competence area, you have specific competencies that can be described as bricks of every single pillar. So let's maybe just zoom in into number 2. That's managing the learning and teaching process. That's area 2. And in this specific area, we have 6 different competencies. I don't have a lot of time to go through all of them. You will have the time for that later, but I'll mention it in a second. But just to give you this idea that we have the first level, which is competence area, then we have the second deeper level, which is specific competencies, and then we can even go even deeper. Let's focus on competence 2. The teacher guides students to take responsibility for their own learning, and when we zoom into we see a specific description of this specific competence. So this gives you an idea of what this specific competence means. It gives you a list of sub-competencies within this specific competence. Unfortunately, today I don't have time to go through every single point. I wish I could, but unfortunately. But what I can mention is our next steps. We have already consulted many experts in the field, but since this document has been designed for Charles University teachers, we believe it should be commented by Charles University teachers as well. So this is our call for feedback, and for the purpose of commenting, the framework, full document, and the comment form will be published on the Paedagogium platform website, and you will have time to give us feedback till the end of the year. So basically, we will be working with your feedback and then improving our document even more, because we believe, of course, that your voice matters in that case, so that we create something that is useful to all of us at Charles University. And of course, if you have any questions or issues while reading the document or commenting, if you would like to ask me any questions, you will find my contact information on the Paedagogium website, so I'll be happy to answer to your questions. So this is everything that I wanted to mention about the framework, and now we can move to our second initiative, which is Handbook for Beginning Teachers. Right now, a team of writers at Charles University, we are working together to write a handbook for beginning teachers, which is to offer a modern source of professional information in the field of higher education, pedagogy, didactics, and psychology. We believe that this handbook could be used by the teaching and learning centers at the faculty level. They could use it as a resource for their basic courses in pedagogical skills. This handbook will be written in an electronic editable form using the futurebooks.com platform, which you can actually see in the slide. Before I go into any detail, once again, let me introduce the authors. There are many people working on the document. We are more or less halfway through, so there is still a lot of writing ahead of us. But once again, I would like to thank all the authors. Some of them are here today. So it's been a pleasure, and looking forward to our cooperation in the future. When we first met and started working on our document, on its design, we agreed on certain topics that are relevant to beginning teachers. For example, how to motivate students, how to activate students, how to get ready for our first class in the semester. So we agreed on those topics, but then we decided to divide those topics into specific sections. And we have several sections in our handbook, which is before the semester, before the class, during the class, after the semester, and other. We believe that this division is very important for our teachers, for our target group in particular, because our target group, we assume, will be looking for specific information, specific advice, specific tips, and it will be easier for them to find any specific information when they have this division into sections. And then every single section is divided into specific topics, specific chapters. Let's zoom into the first one, before the semester. This is divided into 3 chapters: how to proceed before the start of the semester, how to prepare the first meeting with students, and how to handle distance learning and e-learning at university. So basically, you can see that we use questions as titles of our chapter. Once again, we believe that this is important in terms of practicality. We believe that our teachers will be looking for specific information, and this will help them find what they're looking for. We have planned 16 chapters. It might change because we are still in the process of writing. We are more or less halfway through, as I mentioned, and we realize that there is a lot of writing ahead of us, but we're getting there. We're getting there. But since I cannot show you the whole thing yet, I can give you a glimpse of what we already have in the Future Books platform. These are a few print screens from the Future Book platforms. This is from the chapter about the use of learning outcomes by Zbigniew Tonar and Anna Maleczkova. And what is important to emphasize, that how we start every single chapter. We start by storytelling. So basically, we create a story that features a teacher facing a certain problem in their university teaching. We believe that this kind of language is important because it's relatable. Teachers are not overwhelmed with theory, with terminology, and this creates the language of support and encouragement, which our target group, supporting beginning teachers, need. After every single story, we have learning outcomes in our handbook. So at the very beginning, they can already know what they can learn in the chapter, so they know if this chapter is relevant to them. Then we have many interactive activities, videos, to engage the reader, and we would like to have them reflect on their teaching practice. So that is why we would like to have interactivity in our handbook. Of course, there's theory in our handbook, but as I mentioned already, we use the language of support and encouragement, and this is very important for us as writers to remember what our target group is. Every single chapter ends with frequently asked questions. We as pedagogical skills instructors, we have been asked these questions in our workshops. So we believe that is the reason why we should have them in our handbook, because teachers would ask these questions. So they can maybe find them in the handbook without having to ask others for these specific solutions. As I mentioned, we are still in the process of writing. There is still a lot of writing ahead of us, editing, collecting feedback after we have finished. And we would also like to translate this handbook into English, but that's the future. But what is very important to us is, or what I would like to share with you today, is that this handbook will be open access. It is designed to be helpful for Charles University teachers in particular, but it will be open to other universities in the Czech Republic when we have the English version, not only in the Czech Republic. We believe that you can find inspiration in that handbook, and we would love to share it with you. This is the main reason. And basically, in my opinion, there's a lot to be done to enhance quality teaching in the Czech Republic. There's still a lot of work, and we can only do that by cooperating, not competing in that area. And we need to create this supportive environment of sharing in the Czech Republic among our universities, so that we can support each other and that we can support the people who are and will be responsible for the development of pedagogical competencies in the Czech Republic. And I believe that we can only do that together. So thank you very much, and if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask.
Yes, now we have a few minutes if you have any comments or if you want to ask anything, maybe give a comment to what we've seen and what is Bartek calling for. You said that would be a lot of work still to do. When do you think it will be done?
That is a very difficult question. I was afraid of grilling.
you know, now we are looking forward to it, so we need to know.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually think that as we emphasize lifelong learning in our framework, I think it will be lifelong, not in a sense that it will never happen, but in the sense that it will never be enough. We can always improve. So this is something that I believe that we should focus on, not focusing on reaching one specific point, but setting goals that can be improved and improved all the time, because we can always be better. And I think that we can, right now we have something, and every single year, even 1% change, that's also a change.
Okay, and the first version would be published?
Of the handbook.
Of the handbook.
Of the handbook. Hopefully next year I will definitely share that information with everybody, but my plan is to have it mid-2024.
We have a question.
Yeah, I have a short question. I teach in
Could you please stand up, just for our online friends?
I teach in a little group, Scandinavian department, and I'm the only one present here. Would you suggest that you try to arrange a little meeting in this group of 6-7 people if you want to raise awareness of these methods, active learning, or even just teaching excellency? And how would you approach it? Concrete terms.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the question. I definitely think that any kind of meeting, any kind of informal conversation is relevant for that topic, because we have to have very informal relationships with people so that we can care about that topic, and not only those formal top-down approaches, but also meeting people at the faculties, at departments, and have just informal discussion about this specific topic. Obviously, if you're asking about me joining you at your faculty, that is a possibility. Just one thing, that I'm not able to join every single department, so that would be impossible. But what I really hope for is that when I actually, and I'm talking to Johannes because he attended my course, I think, a month ago. So what I hope is that when we meet for the first time, as we did last time, and you came here today, and this is something very important, and I think that those little meetings are really crucial for spreading the word, and even you going back to your department and spreading the word. This is something that I really appreciate, and because obviously one person cannot convince everybody in one huge university with 5,000 academic staff. So spreading the word is, I'm not only calling for feedback for the framework, but also for movement.
Thank you. Any other question? If not, let's move to other speakers. Thank you so much. Bartolomiej Wróblewski came to talk to us about the project of Paedagogium. Thank you so much. And one last time, I will switch back to Czech, so I'll give you a few moments to put your headset on. A přepneme plynule do češtiny, protože poslední dvě prezentace už budou česky. Já teď pozvu na pódium.
Okay, so the presenters are now switching into Czech, and now I would like to invite three presenters, Dr. Karolina Dushinská, Dr. Radka Háj, and Dr. Michal Urban. Dr. Dushinská is a teaching assistant at the pedagogical faculty of Charles University and at University of Chemical Technology. She focuses on lifelong learning. Dr. Radka Háj focuses on motivation in teaching and development, and right now she is assistant at the philosophical faculty and the University of Chemical Technology. And Dr. Michal Urban has a course of law and at the law school of the Charles faculty, and also leads a street law project for secondary school students. Thank you very much. We're going to present just one piece in the puzzle of supporting and developing teaching competences of university teachers. Or perhaps this is not just a part of or piece of puzzle, but it may actually be one of the founding stones. And this is our team that is engaged in this adrenaline or adventure experience, and the timeline indicating when we started this project shows that we started at 2017 together with Radka Vildová and Michal Zvířecký of the pedagogical faculty. We actually founded the Paedagogium platform, and since 2017 there has been 15 different initiatives, and we have over 300 attendees from the Charles University who attended our courses, and I have met some of our former participants here, and I'm really happy to know that they continue in developing teachers at their departments or in their institutions. We originally started the training as a training consisting of 5 blocks. And right now the system has got 5 blocks, and we are 3 instructors or trainers. And we also there are also other courses focusing on specific needs that are tailored, for example, to medical schools. There are over 307 participants who completed these workshops, and there are some other courses that are offered as well. So we've just seen the numbers, but behind the numbers there are people who are enthusiasts because they are voluntary trainers, and teaching of teachers is one of their priorities. And we have one exception there at the medical school in Hradec Králové, and teachers who teach at the medical school in Hradec Králové have to attend these workshops. So the group might be a little bit more challenging because it's mandatory for them, but if you look at the picture, you will not tell the difference because they still enjoy the workshops. So what we base our approach on, it's the evidence-based approach, it's interdisciplinarity. We bring together education, pedagogics, and psychology. In some cases also particular field of study of the individual teachers. And the team teaching or training does not mean that we take turns, but we actually participate in teaching. So the whole team is present, 2 or 3 members, and we try to teach what we preach. We try to model situations, and we try to let them experience what we're trying to teach them, to make sure they take active part in the training. We also, as far as the principles of the program are concerned, we try to apply active learning. Mutual respect is a must. We have been collecting data, evaluating the workshops and courses. We work with the feedback from our participants. The feedback is usually positive. We still have many participants, but we also take the feedback as a useful tool to further develop and improve our courses. Now, the results of learning. And I would like to be a bit more specific here because this is tied to the content of the courses. So we have evidence-based methods, activation, but we also look at things like motivation, safe environment, memory, how our brains work, and also we include reinforcing of self-confidence of the teachers that take part in the training.
Něco, co jsme si pojmenovali jako ambivalence, možná taky dilemata, když jsme říkali, že ten kurz je...
Thank you. I was asked to talk about dilemmas, about ambivalence, about adrenaline. The course is adrenaline, is full of adrenaline, and it's not only being there, but it's also preparing for it. And you actually have to balance out quite a lot of things. So, what are the ambivalences? How long should the course be? Semestral courses have the clear beginning and the clear end. We've been experimenting in this respect with the length. The shorter, the better. but the shorter you make it, the more people you can actually get as attendees. But the longer it is, the more they learn. The courses used to be longer, 6 to 7 sessions. The current model is a day and a half to start with. So 3 half days to start with. And then there is a break, a month, then a day and a half, and then a break, and then a day and a half. It's actually 5 half days, and actually people can skip if they cannot come one of the sessions. It's enough to cover the basics and to actually prevent dropout, because people don't enroll for long courses, or they drop out. They enroll but they drop out. The second ambivalence is, am I doing this course for a homogeneous group, the same sort of era, the same phase of their teaching development, or do I want it more heterogeneous? Homogeneous groups are easier to teach, to instruct. You know what to expect, you know what's going on. At the same moment, we don't request homogeneity. We don't make it exclusive just for one faculty or for one department. We've got people from natural science departments, we've got humanities there represented, and we have medical department also represented. And it actually contributes to the adrenaline, but it helps us focus more on principles of instruction. And also, when working with people's experience, you realize that there are departments where things are virtually impossible, while others who are certain things, the same things, are actually quite frequent, and being there together, we can actually overcome institutional reluctance, if not even negation of certain procedures. You can offer this course as homogeneous as well. It's got its plus and cons, but making it slightly heterogeneous is actually pretty okay. Yet another question, is it just for the beginners, or is it for people who've been teaching for quite a while? Is it that you want to offer it as a kind of entry-level training for real fresh teachers, or are you offering it to both, those who are freshmen and those who've been teaching for maybe a year or two? Or up to 5 years after graduating. Okay, grant programs, for example, may allow for students or attendees who are up to 5 years after graduation. We don't actually limit it. We've got one attendee who is quite advanced, but still, he is there. He's actually an assistant professor, and he is there in the course. And then you think, oh God, what I'm going to teach this guy. But actually, it's good to have him there, because he comes in with his personal experience and he can share it. And it's great. It's also beneficial if we've got somebody there with medical background, for example. This guy's got medical background, and he can give us examples from medical background, and then our attendees who are from medical schools actually benefit from this. And what is actually great for us is to hear him say, I love this. I've learned so much. That shows us that this training is actually beneficial for all levels, even really experienced and advanced teachers. And that tells me that diversity is actually good. The fourth dilemma, inductive or deductive? Do we start with experience of individual peoples? Do we start with case studies and then we generalize? Or do we go for deductive kind of instruction? Okay, this is the theory, and then let's talk about cases. We know that inductive is better to increase motivation. You start with a particular experience, an experience of one or more attendees. On the other hand, deductive instruction opens up the topic faster. If it is a small presentation, maybe less than 15 minutes, it's absolutely legitimate to be deductive. So my answer is both inductive and deductive. You've got different attendees in your training, so different people have different preferences. And the last ambivalence is the difference in between the professional presentation. We've got a speaker who comes over speaking about his or her expertise, and on the other hand, the reflection or self-reflection of the attendees. We've talked about it today. Reflection and reflective teaching is very important. It takes up time, but we want to have both. We want to have frontal presentations, but we also want reflection. We may have experienced attendees who have heard all these presentations before or have read literature. These people need more space for reflection, and therefore we combine both. These 5 ambivalences are really at the end of our minds all the time. And we keep changing the balance, course to course or training to training. And we believe that the variety which we offer is really great. It's important to continue delivering these training sessions because I believe that it's enhancing our practice. Hello. Michal told you that we've been considering these questions, and I will tell you how we approach these issues. We keep listening to our attendees. We pay attention to their needs because we want them to come up with their own solutions. And at the beginning, we ask them about their expectations and about their needs. We want to know what they already know and what they want from us, what they want from our training. So in the center of our attention are our attendees and will always be our attendees. As we've heard in the morning, feedback and evaluation are very important. Thanks to the feedback of our attendees, we keep learning, we keep collecting feedback, and after every session, we adjust and fine-tune our training so that it responds best to their needs. It's also very important to keep looking at foreign research and learn from best practice from abroad. Carolina always gives us a lot of input. We look at webs of famous universities, and we draw inspiration from wherever we can. It's really important to inspire, not to reinvent the wheel. debates very important. We plan for the attendees, but we may learn that they are fully aware of it, and we then have to adjust the training accordingly. We instruct through team instruction. We instruct with 2 or 3 instructors. We together plan our training, but also reflect on it and work with feedback. And we actually keep learning every day, every single training day. We learn best when we see it from somebody else, when we see that there are ways or approaches that work for our colleagues, that have proven in combat, so to speak. We use them. You are also here because you know this issue and you want to know more. The reason why I'm saying it is that it's important to formally meet at conferences, but it's also very important to meet over a cup of coffee and debate issues informally. Personally, I consider that very important. Reflection's also very important. Without reflection, there is no quality education and no quality teaching. We reflect after every course, and we work on developing more and more training. When members of the team come up with a new article or whatever they've learned somewhere, they bring it and we debate it in our team. What we are trying to teach what we preach. Teach what you preach is really important, and it is perfect to see that we ourselves are developing. What about the future? What do we want to do next? If you wanted to know what can be done as a follow-up, let me tell you a little bit. It's really good to have an entry-level training for the beginners, where we provide them with tips and tricks how to, in inverted commas, survive the lecture. Many PhD students or assistant professors find it really difficult to lecture to people who are only a couple of years older than them. So it's really about gaining teachers self-confident. This entry-level training can be heterogeneous because we are talking about the needs of beginners, teachers who are beginners, really fighting for survival. Then you have the follow-up training, which can be adjusted to the needs. You can provide training for different disciplines, for professors, assistant professors, or certain needs. You can offer follow-up training on AI in teaching, for example, AI on how to motivate students, AI on how to how to work on dissertations, for example, with your students. Then we've got best practice workshops. Best practice workshops are rather difficult to organize. People want to be passive there. They want to listen. They want to draw inspiration from their colleagues. But you have to convince attendees to present, to share, not to just be there passively. And it's really important to find presenters who have matter to contribute with. We also believe that building community is very important. That's why we are here. We support the community. We support online discussions, online fora, etc. On, again, teaching and teaching competencies and excellency. It's also important to provide for mentoring and coaching and counseling. It's great to take training, but should problems arise, there needs to be a platform or somebody to turn to for help. Visitations are really good, observations are really good, but it's good to have a platform to provide that. The counseling should be both individual and group. In group counseling, you can have two colleagues from one workplace, for example, who may not want to speak in front of each other, so you'd have to offer individual counseling. It really depends on the immediate situation. To conclude with, I would like to say that there are not many teachers who instruct teachers. Sometimes this adrenaline is too much for us, but on behalf of our team, I can say that this is very enlightening. We are learning, we are consulting, we are observing one another, and we believe that it makes sense. It's got a lot of benefits, and by saying this, I want to motivate you. It makes sense. It's worth the effort, really, even though it looks difficult. It's worth the effort, and it's actually not as complex as it may seem. Thank you very much, and we are ready to consult with you if you needed it.
So it was call to action at the end, and if you have any questions here in the audience, you have a chance. If not, I have a question. What do you think about this kind of course being mandatory? You mentioned that you had a mandatory group, which was an adrenaline experience for you. So as teachers, teaching teachers, would you be in favor of this kind of classes or courses being mandatory for everyone or just for the new teachers? We actually had more groups for which the course was mandatory. It was over 300 participants. But for us teachers, this is a challenge, but we can somehow work with it. So it's not an obstacle. The fact that the training or the course is mandatory is not an obstacle on its own. It's a process, and we see this at universities abroad. So you open the courses on a voluntary basis, and very often the participants are those who do not really need the course, and those who would really need it do not attend. Then it may become obligatory for new teachers, for juniors, and over time the training or the course may become obligatory for everyone. But from what I see at the universities abroad, it's actually a process that may take 10 years. So I do not know if we want to have a look at the delay we have here or whether we want to look forward. Thank you. I would like to add one more thing, and it's not really just a question of having attended a course, but this is really about having competences, teaching competences, and it's not, you do not prove that you have the competences just by attending a course. There may be other ways how you prove having these competences. We've also heard about the experience from Scotland. understand that different people need different things. And if we have senior members of academia, we have to respect this. If someone prefers self-learning, that's okay. And in terms of the adrenaline experience, I like it. I like it. I do not do parachute jumps, but I really enjoy these courses. And you either get participants who are really motivated, or maybe participants who were sent and asked to attend the course, and they somehow feel they are not the best of teachers. And when they get answers to their questions, they understand they can actually benefit from the answers. And the teachers, the participants, are really motivating audience for us. Perhaps I got addicted to our courses already. Well, when I started teaching university teachers, I was not able to sleep. Now it got better, so I calmed down. But when we had like professors and medical doctors who were supposed to participate and they did not really want to participate, it was kind of difficult to get ready for this. But it's not about us teaching them something. We really want to offer them help and assistance in their classes, and maybe with problems they may have with their students, because each teacher may face some challenges in their classes. So we really want to see what their needs are and address those needs. We do not teach these classes thinking that we know everything the best. And also we are very humble when we start teaching these classes. And also it's not just one of us, it's at least two of us in the class. I have one more question. If there's anyone who would like to have a course like this at their school faculty, what do they need to do for the course to be successful? And you mentioned you need to be humble, you need to find out what the actual needs are, what needs to be addressed, because it may be a wide range of topics that need addressing. Yes, we actually have numerous questionnaires that we disseminate among potential participants to know how to calibrate the course. So what would be the practical advice then? Well, teachers who teach these courses are participants of similar courses, either in here with us or abroad. And this is something that you can start your teaching experience from. Yes, you do not start from zero. You do not have to reinvent the wheel, because the knowledge is there. You can ask your colleagues, you can observe their work. And we actually had a colleague from a different university who asked to participate in our course to see how it works. So it's really spreading or disseminating the information, building the awareness, and we always have to see at what we actually need to teach. And we really have to be very considerate and sensitive, so we cannot push things on participants, but we really have to take their needs into consideration, ask them what they need. And especially when you have more senior teachers in the group, you are more of a moderator of the group, really, because the participants come with the answers, but they do not have any other opportunity to discuss the answers or perhaps to get inspired more. So this may be actually a very strong tool. And I think it's also good to know or to have some good practice or best practice examples, because the more facts and tips you have, the more you can support the participants. And you really have to be humble, because we are trainers, but we also learn a lot from the participants. We create open and safe atmosphere. We are not worried to name our own mistakes because we see them as opportunities for our learning. And of course, we must not make too many mistakes. So we have to have some know-how or some knowledge. But we want to support confidence, self-confidence of the teachers. And we want to support their strength, to motivate them to start doing things that they may see as more difficult or more challenging for them at the moment. So this was Dr. Tonar, this was Dr. Duchenská, Dr. Hai, and Dr. Urban. And now, the last presentation of the day. It's a kind of privilege, and today it's the privilege of Professor Zbigněk Tonar, who teaches histology at the University of West Bohemia in Pilsen. And he, together with his colleagues, he develops teaching materials to support teaching of teachers. And I am here.
I know, I don't know whether you remember Dr. Sarah Lupen, the first speaker, but I cooperated with her when she spent a year at my university. She was a Fulbright student there, and I had a lot of discussions with her, and I would like to share with you today the reason why I want to work with the evidence-based methods of teaching. We've got this campus, then this is the rector. She was our boss when we were working on this, and we basically teach anatomy to the future physicians. My presentation is the last presentation of today, but I should like to ask you to help me. Please scan the code, and in the chat I'm also sending a link. And I need your help. I definitely need your help. And the help is as follows. Please help me it's fully anonymous. Skip the registration and you'll see this. Stories. We've been talking a lot about stories. So you are a student or you are a teacher, you can fill it in. And you'll see a scroll down menu. Whatever you click on, you can actually indicate what you as students would like to face and experience, and you can keep at the bottom those which you are not that thrilled about. Let me look at whether it's working. So, you may not be aware of what filtration membrane is or whatever, but it's more about what you can actually handle and what you cannot if you are a student of the medical faculty. I'm lost. The screen froze, unfortunately. I've been using this every day, but for whichever reason it doesn't work. I took the risk, but it didn't pay back. I apologize. That has never happened to me. I've been using this for 4 years, and it's never let me down. Oh, you know how that is. Anyway, and as I've told you, I've used it before, and most people leave this on the top, compare the differences, and list the layers. And if this experiment works, it seems it doesn't work, but it does work. Those are the learning outcomes, the properly formulated learning outcomes. Please let's go back to the presentation. I apologize that this didn't work as I expected it to work. But definitely you can work with what you want your students to know, what you want them to describe the relations, make conclusions, or be creative, whatever it is, and you can actually target those levels. We've got quite a lot of matter on this, and I'm not going to be able to share it with you. I know that students are actually can actually download presentations, videos, etc. under this particular QR code, and it talks about the evidence-based teaching concept, about learning outcomes, about how to create the learning outcomes, what to do with them, how to start using them, what are the related controversies, what are the pros and cons, etc. If you're interested, then please look at it. But you have to have an account with the Charles University server MUDL. Definitely, there are things which I don't want to do anymore without the learning outcomes. For example, if I didn't have outcomes, I would not find it easy to answer the question of what is the mechanism which secures a fair approach to teachers to students. We've got about 14 teachers of one subject, for example, and 5 of us actually give grades. And we want to have a mechanism of evaluation of their knowledge so that the students shouldn't be afraid to, take a test with this teacher or take an exam with this other teacher who may be more strict than the others. Teachers must know what they should teach or what they should instruct to their students, especially if they did not graduate from this field. For the beginning teacher, it is really important to know inside out what he or she is instructing. For us, it is important that our students understand what we actually ask from them. In syllable, if I list the topics which will be instructed, it doesn't show the extent and the depth to which we want to go. and it doesn't tell you anything about the competencies of the graduate. If it's not written anywhere, if it's just in my head, we cannot work with it. If I give it to the students, if I let the students read it, both parties know what's going on. And we can, if there are obstacles, we can help students overcome those obstacles. How do you define the extent of the matter which they need to learn and the depth to which we'll go? There is no point in the student, learning a book by heart. I want to know what his or her competencies are. We need a tool to be able to constantly keep monitoring the student and keep monitoring his or her development. Can they do it? Cannot they do it? Because when they take an exam, it's too late. It's good that we have a tool which we can offer to students to monitor their development. The learning outcomes are really important for calculation of credits. When you look at the system of European credits, which are binding for the Charles University as well, in the definition of the ECTS credits, which make it easier to acknowledge foreign diplomas, you can see that it's based on learning outcomes. Without learning outcomes, the historical credits can hardly be explained. ECTS credits definition, look at that. You'll see that it's actually based on the learning outcomes of the particular subjects or disciplines. One has to know roughly how much time it takes to learn a certain load of knowledge. Without knowing that, a student could fear that it's more than 24 hours, 7 days a week. We must have a kind of matrix that helps us at least evaluate or guess how much time it's going to take. We must guarantee that it is possible without tricking the teacher. If it's doable without reading under the table, then students will do it. What will be included in our presentations and why exactly this and not that? What are the exit competencies of your graduates, and how should they reach these competencies? Actually, how should the students reach their competencies? It's a big mental step from what I'm going to tell these students, for God's sake, all the way up to how do I tailor-made the lecture for the students to learn what they should learn and to reach certain competencies or to acquire certain competencies. Also, that there is yet another question, how to describe these competencies. And the last set, learning outcomes are an important tool which helps us concentrate the focus of students on what's really important. We teachers know what is important, and if you start working with the students from the very beginning, explaining what's key and what's important, it's easier and better. We've got evidence-based research that shows us that this is true. How to compare competencies gained at our universities with those gained elsewhere. Without learning outcomes, I cannot do that. As teachers, I've heard two negatives. We are too demanding or not demanding enough. If I don't have any learning outcomes, I don't know what is enough and what is not enough yet. Yet another thing is the design of your subject really based on learning outcomes? If not, you cannot really design your presentation. You cannot use the ABC design method, for example, which is quite widespread amongst academics. If you are to map how to link subjects in the curriculum, you will not be able to do that without learning outcomes. Nobody's going to learn, nobody's going to read 300 books from one subject or learn 24 hours of lectures. If you have a short document with learning outcomes, that's doable, and you can actually link curricula. That's very important. When I start talking to our foreign counterparts who are using this tool, who've been using them for decades, it's obvious that I cannot even say out loud that I don't have learning incomes. I've tried to demonstrate that there is evidence-based teaching. You've heard about that from Sarah Lupen. And if you are looking for what is most efficient in teaching, learning outcomes will be ranking high. If you look at Google, there is over 1 million links on learning outcomes. Students learn better, they're more motivated, etc. This is the journal actually impacted in the publications. And if you may please take this QR code. You'll see what Sarah Lupen actually left behind when she was leaving in 2017. I translated that report to Czech, and you can actually download it based on this QR code. How does it look like? This is a syllabus of presentations, A4, what students can use in the context, compare, calculate, name, etc. It's built hierarchically from the lowest level all the way up to the highest level of the so-called Bloom pyramid. You can find this presentation in the lifelong training of the Charles University. I've got 3 minutes left. Let me highlight the most important issues here. For example, I compare what's in the syllabus, what are the goals of my lectures, and what is the evaluation. So syllabus, targets, and learning outcomes. And it must be measurable. These are examples of verbs targeting various levels with increasing difficulty. You know, if you are asking a student to prove their competence and you don't use verbs, it's virtually impossible. Learning outcomes, it may sound strange in Czech, but these are results of education, and it includes teaching and learning. Obviously, I can verify whether my students know what I want them to know, and it's not as trivial as giving them a test. A test is definitely important to check the quality of education, but you have to be a good expert to create a proper test.
It's all based on competence-based curriculum, or the idea that rather than thinking of what we tell or present to students, it is more important what the students know at the end. We refer to the revised version of the Bloom pyramid. So these are the learning outcomes as they present them at the Harvard University. And also, if this is a new topic for you, this is how to formulate the learning outcomes, how to proceed. It's a step-by-step instruction, so you will find many videos, many instructions. You can choose whether the outcomes should be minimalistic or maximalistic. There are also some risks associated, of course, and we try to take the learning outcomes as the key criteria, the drivers of our teaching. And these are examples from our teaching, our instruction. And if I see these in front of my eyes, I can check that I'm not presenting too many facts, that I still take into consideration the top layers of the Bloom pyramid. And if I do not write down what I want to do, there's no chance I can compare this or take it into consideration. These are learning outcomes. The examples are discuss the impact or influence of Gregorian choral to late development of music scores. So the task can be really set in a simple way. So there's calculate, do, demonstrate a skill. We also have a similar sheet for postgraduate study. We actually got inspired by the Masaryk University because they also have learning outcomes defined. Now, what were the criteria for selection? And this, of course, is individual for each field of study. And we were thinking of what should be included and what does not need to be included. What needs to be included are the competences needed to understand the particular field of study. They have to be necessary for the follow-up studies, and they have to be compatible with international examinations in the particular field of study. And there's more, of course, and this is a kind of advertisement for you. If you sign up for the course, you'll have a chance to discuss strategies for creation of the learning outcomes. What are the first steps? How to offer the first steps to students, where we can improve, or the areas for improvement, how to fine-tune the information that we're providing. There's like 45 minutes that I spent discussing, in which I spent discussing criticism and disputes, and of course there are benefits of learning outcomes. We have control of what students are learning. Students don't cheat so much. All teachers have similar requirements from the students. The teachers can substitute for each other. What we teach is linked to the curriculum, and it's comparable to other programs. And the entire presentation can be much longer. So thank you very much for your invitation. Well, a good presentation is one that actually answers questions of the audience. I had 2 questions for you, but you've answered them already. So the first one was how to avoid the learning outcomes, defining learning outcomes becoming just a formal requirement. Well, this cannot really be a formal requirement, because the teachers actually know what they want to do, what they want to ask their students about. But unless they write them down, they cannot work with them, and nobody can get inspired. So we actually use the learning outcomes, all of us, but then when you write them down, it's much more useful because other people can start using them as well. So it's when you're trying to see if people understand what you're saying, what you're trying to convey, and while you were designing this process, you mentioned you have 14 histology teachers at your department, and I'm sure that none of you see the subject in the same way. Well, of course, each of us wants to highlight something slightly different because we have our pet areas in our field of study. So we had to think about what we should focus on, because the students cannot really learn everything, and then they try to think about which of the examiners they should go to for their exam depending on the field of interest of the examinator. And we actually had to draw a line and say this is the core that we need to teach, and we all have to have the same approach, and we all have to teach the same thing. Well, we have the learning outcomes defined in writing, and I can actually invite a visiting professor. I can invite other experts to teach in my classes, and the students will always know what we want from them. And I can afford this kind of approach because I have this document. If I did not have the document, there would be a risk of my classes becoming chaotic. We have another question. We still have some time for the questions. Thank you very much. I very much like it. I'm from the Advisory or Counseling Center in Karolinum, and students often come and they say there's too much that we have to cover. We do not know how to handle it, and apparently they do not have the questions that you provide your students with. But you also mentioned that students are overloaded often, and that you had to draw the line and focus only on the core knowledge. So did you have to reduce the volume that you teach? No, we focused attention of the students to the most important thing, and this is greatly valuable. So also in medicine, when you focus on the most important things only, the result of or the learning outcomes are still perfectly okay. Yes, it does not necessarily mean that we decrease the requirements. We have really high expectations from our students, but we clearly define what we want from them. And at the beginning of the first of 2 semesters, we tell them, you have to know this by the end of the 2nd semester, and we will help you with it. We will support you. And of course, it is very challenging. It is very demanding, but how can you compare what you learn if you do not have it written down? Well, this would be very useful. And there's evidence-based articles confirming that this approach actually reduces stress of students. And I want students to put more energy into obtaining the expert knowledge and not into thinking what will be the niche questions that we might ask them during the exams. And this was my experience when I was a student. I don't really have a question. I would like to recommend you the course. You can scan the QR code, and just a reminder, you can enroll, although you're not from the Charles University, you can still attend or participate in this course, and I can recommend this course to all the teachers who stop by in our center. So thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Donar, for the last presentation. And thank you very much to all of you who stayed here until the very end. And I would like to ask Bartek Wróblewski to close this conference officially. Thank you very much. Now I have to speak Czech, so more pressure now, but I'll try to handle this on behalf of the Paedagogium platform and the Charles University. Thank you to all of you who have participated in this conference here in the hall and online. Recording of the conference will be available on the YouTube of the Charles University. So if you wish, you can watch the recording. And I would also like to say thank you to all the presenters, all the speakers.
Just for one moment, just to thank our guests from Italy and from Scotland. It was a great pleasure to have you here today. We have something small for you, if I may ask my assistant, Martin, my assistant.
I will assist as well.
Thank you. First, Donna Murray, thank you very much for joining us here today. And Manuela Melani from Unimed Milan. Takže zpátky k češtině.
And back to Czech now. The presentations have really been great. So first, I would like to thank to Dr. Karolina Dushinská. Thank you very much. Dr. Radka Hai, thank you very much. Assistant Professor Lucia Rohlíková. And Dr. Ingrid Procházková. She has left already, but I will definitely talk to her later, and we will send her the flowers. And I have thanked the ladies, gentlemen. I thank you too, and Professor Zbigniew Tonar. Thank you very much for your great presentation. We also have a small gift for the gentlemen. Okay, so you have chosen the learning outcomes. I see the result of my questionnaire now. And Dr. Michal Urban, thank you very much. And other presenters had to leave already, but I will talk to them later. Thank you very much, Martin, for your help here. So one more time, thank you to all the presenters, to the host of this conference, moderator Vanda Kofroňová, and we have more flowers for the host of the conference. Of course, we thought about you. So thank you very much, and I hope that the first international conference organized by the Paedagogium platform will have more editions that will be able to show and demonstrate every year in this auditorium that teaching competences at universities are very important. Have a nice evening. Thank you.